spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes follow mine when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
To my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving high. turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all.
6 ins Bett gehe, muss ich keinen Tag mehr haben. So. Das kann ich schon machen, aber dann kann ich nur hoffen, dass alle anderen auch erst um 6 ins Bett gehen. Ja, um 10. Ja, das kriegen wir hin. Also wir sollten es hier bis vor heute Abend.
Tatsächlich interessiert mich das, weil ich habe ganz viel aus R&B jetzt geklaut und
Also Schlagzeug wird überbewertet.
in unserer jetzigen Applikation habe ich ganz viele reingeguckt, wie ihr das gemacht habt mit den Trades und so und ganz viel rausgeklaut. Deswegen jetzt mal validieren, ob das, was ich gemacht habe, richtig ist oder nicht verkehrt.
Ja, was hast du damit getestet? Generell Zeugs oder das kleine Repository? Oder?
Nee, im Endeffekt haben wir auch so eine Event-Source-System jetzt und das ist ein Projekt für Lidl und auch mit Graphen und so. Und da habe ich mal dieses Konzept, wie ihr das gemacht habt, geguckt, weil wir halt auch End-to-End-Tests im Prinzip damit machen.
Ja, das.
Ja. Ansatz ist.
Ja, da haben wir ein bisschen Erfahrung sammeln können.
Genau. Deswegen habe ich darüber nachgeguckt und gesagt, okay, wir haben das so und so gemacht und dann da ein Trade für das angehängt, das ist eigentlich ganz cool.
Hast du es verstanden? Nach dem Opening Bandfoto.
oben und klopft an seine Tür. Also, ich glaube, Manu ist schon oben und klopft an seine Tür. Aber ansonsten. Aber er soll sich was anziehen. Also ich bin ja dafür, das nicht. Okay.
Also Neos-Shot ist Pflicht.
Ach, guck mal, das ist
Sogar mit Schuh?
Ah, es gibt ein Schlagzeug.
Nochmal das A. Konstantin.
Ja dann, ich habe Athletik.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, NEOS Community Orchestra. That was awesome. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Well, it looks rather. We have a couple of
few people missing.
Yeah, we have a couple of seats empty.
Did you have a great party last night? Those of you who made it here this morning, yeah. It's wonderful to see you again. You're excited, we're excited. I hope you're excited too. If you're looking for streaming NEOS music, like yesterday, you can find those on your favorite streaming platform, Apple Music, Spotify. And there's a few things we would like to say this morning. There's Anke and me on the main stage today.
Yes.
Where are the other two?
The other two you will find above us in the studio stage.
So we switched roles today, and this morning we will keep it short. So I want to say thank you to all the sponsors of NEOS Conference, but I'm not going to go through all the slides right now. Just give a warm round of applause for all the sponsors who make this conference possible. Anke, yesterday you did a great job in telling us how the NEOSCon app works and what we have to use it for.
Yeah, we have to use it for giving us the questions for the speakers and, most importantly, rate the talks, because we will award the best speaker award at the end of the conference today. So not much time left for that.
So for all the speakers today, give your best. There's still a big chance that you could be the one winning the Best Speaker Award. And some final remarks. At the end of the day, when we come here together for the conference closing, afterwards, it would be great if some people would help us clean up and pack everything together so that the venue is clean for tomorrow.
Yeah, we have to revert this kind of festival stage back to a normal conference room. Quite upset, but it is.
So yesterday, if you remember, we were outside, we used this break from the rain, and we took a little picture. And
did you prepare some animation? Did you chat with Stefan how to do this?
I tried it myself, I have to admit. I'm not a keynote specialist, so cut me some slack. John sent me the first picture. So this is what we accomplished yesterday.
Ooh.
And I have to say, it resembles an S.
Yes.
That's okay. Good.
Looks rather good.
So when I remember correctly, this is the 4th conference we're doing this.
Yes.
NEOS consists of 4 letters, so there should be some more, right?
If I remember correctly, there are some more.
Can we fit them all on one slide?
You did this.
I think we need to pull out some keynote tricks here. That's much better. All right, let's have a look. Do you remember? Everybody's so thin. Next one. There we go. Last year, Berlin and Dresden. That's what the result looks like. Who of you remembers that they're on all 4 pictures? Who was here for all 4 NEOS conferences? Well, a few people. Great job. Thank you. All right. So that's our welcome for the 2nd day.
Yes, it is.
I hope you're as excited as we are for the 2nd day and the talks that we'll have today. On the center stage, next up, we'll give you a few minutes to find the right room. John Uhlmann will talk about NEOS themes. And on the studio stage?
And on the studio stage, you can follow Bernhard. He is still in the community orchestra, so you are not missing anything if you are waiting that we finish. You will hear about testing the event source content repository.
So, thank you very much again to the NEOS Community Orchestra, and see you in 10 minutes for the start of the talks.
Gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the priests told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
Thank you, Jan and Florian. And welcome. And welcome to the first talk on the main stage today. Don't rate it yet, wait for it first. But remember, use the NeosCon app to submit your questions so we can talk to John afterwards. I'm not going to lose many words to introduce John. Most of you have probably used some of his packages. And theming is something I know you've been thinking about for a long time. So I'm quite excited to hear if you finally bring WordPress to Neos or what you have up your sleeve. So please give a warm round of applause, John Uhlmann.
Welcome from my side to the one and only hangover talk. I think I'm going to give you 5 stars that you be here and survive the last night. One buddy from me, he go to bed at 5 o'clock, so it's quite chapeau. So, yes, we talk about themes. I mean, WordPress isn't, Neos is not like the system you say, it's for theming. Oh, it's falling down, moment. Let's do it like that. It's not famous for that because you always have to deploy if you want to change something, if you want to change your logo or something, you have to deploy. And I was always thinking about how it would be possible to do that. So, but first, I have to say that almost every website looked the same, right? We have a big hero element who says we are unique. And we have 3 columns with teaser because everybody have 3 columns with teaser. And the hero looks like that. We have a big S heading with some great text and a call to action and then a funny picture or a pet or something like that. So everybody admits so. Every side looks the same, kind of. And when you think about themes, you have to think about what should be changeable. What do you think? What do you want to change if you have a theme? Logos, yes. First things first, colors. I have to say, sorry I can't change the order that fast, but logo will come. We have fonts. And yes, we have a logo. And yes, you can make it bigger. Some parts of the navigation, perhaps in the footer, you have some imprints and disclaimer and anything you want there. And some visual elements. And also, we built in my system, I show you, I built also something like automatic GDPR stuff where you can click your things together and the text will be generated just to don't write it all the time. But I have to say, WordPress is awesome. Really, I mean it because in terms of theming, it does a good job. How they made it, you can talk about it, but there are many different editors for theme. You have also complete different systems. You have something like Wix and all how they named. It's always funny to look what they came up with for names. So WordPress is awesome, and I think they point a need for some people to be able to generate a website very fast. So now we think about how it would be if you say, oh, I need a website. Give me 5 minutes, then you have one with your custom logo, your custom colors, all this kind of stuff. It would be quite nice, right? I mean, it's not for made for every site, but you can adapt some of the the patterns in almost every site because it speeds up your development. So yes, WordPress is awesome, but hey, we're here. Neos is awesome. And I want to show you first some examples how the pages look like. They're actually live. So that's the first. It's kind of the first child of this project, because this is from a friend. He started some music production. He's also a programmer, and he said, I need a website. And I started making it and thought about it, how it could be that I could change all these things and don't have to rewrite everything all the time. And this was kind of the kick-off website for this whole project. It's some years ago. And then with the time, even Dave Spiola from yesterday, he got his website done, because he has years and years he's working and has no website. And also for my own website, I was able to change from a system Ghost. Perhaps some of you know it. Yes, I had a Ghost website. I changed it to Neos finally, and so on. There's some others with some ladyish color. And even a website like this was a complete custom navigation and some parallax effect and some totally unique features in it. It was kind of built upon this. And it's over the time it grows and grows, and it's getting a whole ecosystem, kind of like. We have a site also where you can just create from any site you want. You can create an email. You can send test email. We do this with Mautic. The plain text is automatic generated, and it's working great. I think they generate quite a lot of newsletters, and this is just how it could look like in the back end. You have some, of course, if you want to have a theming, you have to make everything adjustable. So you have to say, okay, please enter your address, your legal stuff like your UID number, your social networks. If you want to have a sharing button on the site, on the blog, for example, on which network the people should be sharing. It is native sharing via email, copy link, Facebook, what you name it, X or Twitter. And also we built in some stuff like the package from Zeitgeist, Paper Tiger, where you can click your forms, and you have some adjustment you can make, like setting the email address globally and all this kind of stuff. A help desk integration from Zamat, where you can choose the chat ID and all this kind of stuff. You have to do it, but it's quite nice. And if you say your policy right, so that don't everybody can look inside, perhaps you store some passwords in it. For example, for Paper Tiger, for the email setting, you want to hide it from everybody, but you can adjust this and say, okay, just the administrator or a dedicated user can change this. And the same is for the whole theming, like we see here now. You have some light mode, some dark mode, and with the time, I think I rewrite this part, I think 5 or 6 times. Wrote their own color picker, later do that more, where we can really change the whole thing. Change the color, like you see here. You can change the logo, you see it even in the context of the header. And we created something like you saw, like a code pen, but later there are more. You have the setting for the whole navigation, for the footer, and with the time I wrote quite a lot of custom editors for doing stuff like that, where you can adjust the waves and play around it. And even some custom editors where you can load the fonts inside of it. You can choose it, and if they're variable fonts, you can set all the settings automatically with their features they have, besides font weight and slant and width and all this kind of stuff. And you can even say, yeah, I want to have this kind of font for my buttons. Then we also integrated kind of all Font Awesome Pro icons. Inside of it, you can search for it and display it and integrate it. For example, here, this is the configuration for the scroll indicator, where you can activate on a website who says, there's coming some more content, please scroll down. And then you have also kind of stuff like the fav icons, the web manifest, and browser config, where we set the color and all this kind of stuff. And of course, you have to do some routing in the front end, that everything works right. Because one benefit of this, when you have something like this, that you can have with no problem, you have a multi-site setup. For example, my website in the background, I think it's 4 or 5 different websites running in the same system, because I can. So, I just need a website for something little like this. Just do it. It's very fast. And yeah, then you need some kind of general content elements like a slider. So it's a question, do you like what you see? Yes? I don't know. I don't know. No, and like the pizza delivery diagram and some kind of bento box stuff where you can arrange the thing. You can add some text fields in it. You can say, I want this width, this height, and all this kind of stuff. Because as we learned, almost every website looks the same. So it's just the arrangement of how you arrange your content, of what kind of pictures do you use. You can create totally different styles of websites, for example. And even if you can say, I want to have different fonts, I have different, my logo is on the right side, my logo is on the left side, I have a logo with a picture in it, or a SVG, or combined, or with fonts. You just can do it like that, and like that you have a tool set where you can really create fast and easy websites. And if you want to go nuts, come on. So it's built in the background with Tailwind, of course. If you don't know what Tailwind is, last year I gave a talk about Tailwind and Alpine.js. You can hear it there. But there's a dedicated file where you can set some settings for different plugins, and you can set some font sizes. It's use Utopia. That's a responsive font sizing tool that I need less breakpoints, and it's quite nice. And you may ask, yes, but how is this done? All this stuff you see right now, how is this done? Okay, it's done with neons, of course, but in the front end, how it's managed to be on every side. What do you think? Is there any idea in the room how this could be achieved? I hear it. CSS variables, or in the correct term, custom CSS custom properties. So almost everything is done with that. Even the wave is just a custom property. Just CSS. CSS is becoming quite powerful in these days. Some years ago, the definite guide to CSS was a book about this thick. And now it's a brick where you can kill people with it. But yes, that's an example where that's a custom property where I say, okay, font weight for domain, it's like that. It's a bit mixed up, it's not correctly. But now let's talk about colors. Because colors is a very important and painful topic, right? Because a designer says, make it brighter, and you say, no, I can't because of accessibility, the contrast is wrong, like yesterday. The white text on the yellow, it's broken. But first we have to talk about color systems in CSS. And I have to say, I think everybody of you know hex, what this is, and I have to say hex is broken. It's really broken. Why? I mean, it's great for copy a color because you have just one term to copy and you don't have to copy the red, the blue, the green, or whatever. But the thing is, it's not, for you, it's not readable. I think I know nobody. Okay, I can read red like I know by heart, but the rest, I have no chance. If I see a hex, I said, okay, what color is it? I go to Google, enter the hex, and then I see the color field, and then I know it. And also, hex is also broken because it's just too limiting. It's really limited. I don't know if we see this in the next slide. We see it, great. You see the difference in the colors? Like in the red, where it's much softer. And that there are new color spaces we are able to define new colors. And if you look at the blue, the default RGB room, you can almost show every blue color, but on the red and even on the green, it's even worse. It just is not able to you're not able to save or output this green, this bright green in the hex color or the RGB format. I mean, hex color is just red, green, blue, a different notation, but you're not able to output this kind of bright green in hex. It's not possible. But your screen can do it. I mean, the new devices, they can show it. You have HDR, you have all this kind of stuff. It is possible, but you can't with hex, with RGB. And that's why one of the rewriting of this package, I think I really rewrite it 5 or 6 times in the last few years. I switched to OKLCH. And this is really important and it's awesome for design systems and color palettes, really. What is OKLCH? I mean, there's also a color space called LCH. What the heck is OKLCH? What does mean OK? OK means it's okay, it's fixed now. It's really funny. It's no joke. when I read the first time about it, I said, are you crazy like that? But okay, naming thing is hard, right? So if something is not quite fixed, we just call it OK LCH. So it's fixed now. And what is fixed is that L, who stands for the lightness, is perceived. So that means 50% blue has the same lightness as 50% yellow. Mathematically, it's totally different. Normally, before yellow was much lighter and blue was much darker. But that's not how our eyes work. So this color space is really adjusted to the human eye. So I don't know what your cat is seeing with this, but you see it right, and that's the goal. So the L, as I said, stands for the perceived lightness. C is for the chroma, that's from gray to the most exciting, saturated color, who's spicing everything up. And hue is for the angel, that's for the angle from 0 to 360, where you can set the color kind of. And you have also, it's possible, of course, to define the opacity, the alpha, with it. But why I'm talking about color space in a talk about themes, because it's so crucial to have a tool set where you can handle colors easily. At the beginning, you have to set a color, and then you want to have it a bit darker if the mouse is over, or a bit lighter, or then have your a dark mode automatic or a light mode, and you have to change colors. You have to lighten things up. You have to darken things. You have to have the correct contrast color. All this kind of stuff. You have to do it, and if you give the people, the editor, to do everything manually, you're gonna be sure they're gonna mess it up. Not because they want to, but because they're able to. It's not that easy. It's not that easy to set the correct contrast color, because almost 10% of the men don't see correctly the colors, I think. Some people don't even see colors. Then you have some some years ago, I was in working with a designer, and she said to me, you have to change this blue button. And I said, no, for me this is green, you know? So it's different. Everybody sees colors different. Nobody in the world sees the blue as you. And nobody in the world sees the sky in this color as you. So it's like your fingerprint. It's how you see colors. So it's crucial to have a good system on it. And with this, we are able to have automatic contrast colors. We have utilities to say, I want to have this color, but a little bit darker or a little bit lighter. And even some utilities where you can say, I want to have this this is the minimal lightness or the maximal lightness, where you have kind of a threshold where you say, don't get lighter than that. So like a switch. And it's freaking awesome. I was really, I read a lot about this different color spaces. I mean, there's OKLAB, there you have HASL, and all these different color spaces. And I decided for OKLCH because I think this is the most human readable color, and it's awesome what you get for benefits for using them. And then you say, yeah, but how about browser support? Hey, everything green. Yeah, Internet Explorer is not here because he's dead, right? So rest in peace. We are happy that you died. But the support is awesome. It's just working. In the beginning, I was thinking, okay, perhaps Safari can do it, but in terms of colors and fonts, is the Safari browser one of the best, because they think that's very important for them. So that's no problem. And because of that, of course, I created a package for that. One more, I mean, can be possible. No, I just created a package where you can use this kind of color picker. You can adjust how it looks, and you get some, if you change it, perhaps you saw it before, you get some fancy names like dark slimline or this kind of stuff. You can define presets where you can say, okay, I want to have presets for my customer. But it's quite nice. And see also, if you have this one with the text inside where you see it, when it's collapsed, you see automatically the contrast color if it's rather be black or white. If you want to hear about more about colors, in a few weeks I will be invited at the working draft. Is in German. I will be talking about this and about accessibility and colors and how we kind of make it and how to automate all this kind of stuff. So if you want to hear more about it, you're invited to sneak into. Talk about fonts. Do you know about variable fonts? You know what this is? I mean, some years ago we have fonts like Avenir Next, for example, and then we have a bold variant, and we have a slim, a thin, extra, bold, and a regular and medium, and everything was one single file. And variable font is a font where you can just say is one file, and you have every width, you have every size, if it's italic or not, it's just in one font included. You can really adjust it. And this is a website, it's called Font Fondu. And as a Swiss boy, I was really, oh, Fondu, I like that. So I like this site. No, it was kind of the inspiration for the font editor I created. And you can define a path where all the fonts are lying. You can add some custom fonts, and if they're variable, you get automatically its read out of this font. It's done with JavaScript. Take this font file, just read all the features and list them and make some sliders and some checkboxes that you can adjust the font how you want it. And with this kind of stuff, you are really, oh, today is my mood to have a really thin font, just change it and you're done. And if your customers say, make the font bolder, just do it and you're done. So it's very, very useful. Now talk about the big thing in the room, logo, make the logo bigger. And I think if you're working in the front ends, you know this kind of websites. There are different approaches. This called is code pen, where you have your HTML, you have your CSS, you have your JavaScript, and then it's gonna output this kind of stuff. And I always said this would be kind of cool to have this in Neos, right? Would be nice. But yes, you have the HTML element. You say yes, but I have no preview. I can't use AFX elements, and the editor can broken it because it just opens a tag and forget to close it, and the site is broken. And in AFX that couldn't be happen. So we created an editor. It's called Carbon CodePen. It's done with the help of Mark Henry. And in that you can even use some Fusion AFX, your prototypes. So in that example, I just used the Neos brand from Font Awesome. Yes, Neos is in Font Awesome. and you can just output it. We even created a content element who is able to do that, where you can put your images inside and have some crazy stuff with properties, where you have a second tab with properties, where you can set your properties, that you can loop over it, and all this kind of stuff. And it's not meant for the broad editor, it's more for emergency. You have to do that very fast, so not every editor see this, but we are able to do that we have a very fast way to put something fast on the website without a deployment. Or if you have some really special element with special typings and this kind of stuff, just do it. And it's quite nice. It's not meant to be used everywhere. It would be a mess. The padding and the margins would be messed up. And I don't know if the website would be nice, but on some sites it's really cool to have this possibility. I mean, it's better to have it and then use it the other way, right? So it's really, really nice. But what's important is, if you're making a system like that, always think about the editor. Keep it easy, make it easy to use, because if it's not easy to use, you're getting more calls, you can't ride that much on your motorcycle, for example, for me, or you can have your other hobbies or other work if you're so boring. Make it easy, that you don't have to explain everything. And if you want to explain everything, you have this kind of help messages. Use this kind of stuff that Neos provides you, and always think about what can I improve with that. And the cool thing is, if I now improve something on this system, it's kind of an ecosystem, right? Everybody gets it. It's really nice. Sometimes you have write some migration if it's some really breaking stuff and you don't want to change everything, but even there, it's possible to write migrations. Yesterday we had a talk from Lizzie where she talks about migration, and I was thinking, God, thank you God that we have such a great system where we are able to migrate some nodes and some database queries and do some crazy stuff. We are able to do that, and this is awesome. I mean, it's really, really awesome to have this possibility. So you can change can really put some breaking changes on a package, and it just works out of the box because you have a migration. I mean, this is mind-blowing. For us, it's normal, but for other systems, it's not possible. So Neos is awesome, right? Yes, but wait. There's one more thing. Yes, Steve Jobs. One more thing. I'm going to make some core packages of this whole ecosystem public. Use it. Use it, love it, hate it, do whatever you want. It's some core like Agora, it's the marketing part of the website. Some content elements. I mean, there are much more content elements. If you want, I can show it to you later on my laptop. The integration part, Paper Tiger, presentation package, where all this components lives. Style is the package where you put the sliders. Templates for some kind of, the people can create websites with some templating stuff, and if they're creating a new website, they just can say, okay, I want to use this template, and bam, text, image, block, quote, all is set, so they don't have to write it every time the new, all the time, so it's quite nice. And distribution is just a package where you just kind of kickstart your package with Composer Create, and you're done. And because it's public, it has a name, right? Of course. So we call it Neospress. No, just kidding. The name in this project changed quite a few times because of legal terms, and then we thought, oh, it's not possible. But the first name of this was Lighthouse, because I said it's standing and you see it from far away, so I called it Lighthouse. And then we thought, okay, there's a tool called like that, perhaps it's not that nice, so we changed the name after that to Lightspeed. And we even have the domain, and it would be no problem with the server. It's also called like that. But a few weeks ago, some guy just registered as a trademark, and I said, fuck. Okay, we have to coming up with a new name. But the light tower was still a topic. I said, I like this thought because you see it from far away, and it's getting kind of secure for the boats, and also Neos underground. It's a secure system. It's not that not so safe WordPress. It's really solid. You have like this Ferrari motor underneath and are able to get this thing fast out. So we came up with this name Lightfire. And yes, there is a website, but at the current it's just redirect to the GitHub page. It's still on progress. Sorry for that. I'm always a bit late. But we're working on it, and there will also be a .com domain, because we built this thing as a service with all Mautic and all this crazy stuff integrated, and some more crazy stuff who's coming up with. And with that, come on. So, I'm coming to another topic about the roadmap. Yesterday I hear a talk about from Stefan Bruckmann about this content type selection. I thought this is an awesome idea. I have to integrate this. So this is on the first step now. There are some improvements in the color chooser, of course. They're still on the table. Thinking about the shop integration, a mail search integration, integration of a map proxy like this from Sandstorm, a privacy directory, user management. There are some issues on the monorepo where it's working on that. So, but I'm wondering about your ideas. What would be your ideas to what we can integrate here? And if you like this system, we can talk. We can talk in person. Or you can just scan this QR code. This is kind of a GitHub discussion where you just can write your ideas. I mean, if you want to try the system, try it, and if you have an idea, we can talk about that. Perhaps we already have it, because not everything is public now, because some parts of it are so built in the ecosystem we built up with the server and for example, the Miley search and the Mautic and all this kind of stuff. So, but we can talk about this all, and I'm really excited to hear your ideas. I mean, I'm a kind of a crazy person, consider myself, to do some kind of stuff like that. I mean, last 2-3 years I was working over 50% of my time just on this stuff here. But you are so also awesome people, and I'm really wondering what's your ideas about that. So that's it. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you. Thank you for your 5-star rating. Yes.
John, thank you very much for this. I think you coined a new term, Neos Press, that will stick in my head. Okay, so you've already submitted quite a lot of questions. How many working days did you spend? Can you count them?
I start counting them once, and it was it's mad ass. Really, it's rewritten about 6 times, but I can say if a customer comes to me and say he want all these features, I mean we have a code block system with tagging and multiple authors with RSS feeds, all this kind of stuff right built in. If a customer comes to me and say he want a website and he want to just have it handmade like before, I think he would surely have to pay 30K upwards just to have this kind of tool set where I just can say, okay, in 5 minutes, go, what's next? So,
okay. The question if you plan to open sources, you already answered. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Question, do you write more or less code with your system?
I mean, you have some, like, when you take the wave, you don't have to use this wave. You can have it flat, like on the Major 7 website I showed you beginning. So it's still there. It would be able to, of course, it's code there for having this possibility. But I'm writing less code in terms of if I have a new website going fast up, I don't write code anymore, just a stack YAML for just some configuration stuff for the Docker image. Not even that, we're gonna automate that also, but I'm lazy, you know, so I'm trying to make my life as comfortable as possible, so I'm working hard on that to make my life comfortable. So I hope it's answered like that.
Like a good plan, yeah. Here's an idea. Have you thought about a theme repository?
Yeah, I mean, there's a package like this presentation package, and some of the core stuff it's built in there, and the thing is about to extract perhaps even more, to say have different navigation packages where you handle the different navigation. It could be possible. And yes, there are some ideas about that. There are also a crazy idea to have a backend module with written in Svelte, of course, because I love Svelte. Just sidekick, where you can adjust the settings there because it's perhaps a nicer view, but it's a starting point, I guess. And I think Neos should have a place in the world of themable content management system. Neos should have a place there, and this is just a kind of a starting point for this, and I'm excited what's going to be next. So open for your ideas and help.
All right, thank you. Next question. Do you calculate the color transformations in pure CSS, or is this done via Fusion or PHP?
What do you think? Yes, CSS. I mean, you know me. No, it's done in CSS. It's kind of magic, and in the future there will be some more exciting features will be possible with colors and CSS, how you manipulate them, and it's in a good way, not like SAS where you say darken 10%, it doesn't work because it's on the wrong color space. There are new awesome features to come in terms of colors, but now it's just done with custom variables and just split the colors up in these 3 parts, and then I can adjust every part of this color as I want.
So here's another question about versioning. Like now the editors have all these nice sliders and can make all these changes. Are the settings stored somewhere? Are they in the database, or can they be versioned, or is it I broke my site and?
First, it's you have a policy there that not everybody can change the colors, because not everybody has a good sense of tastes. Yes, I mean, No, with Neos 9, yes. I mean, it's currently it's built on node properties. So if you have a way to version them, yes. If not, no. So
Okay, and have you tested how the themes perform on Google page speed?
yes, 95, 100. Also everything is green, and the CSS who's generated is just a theme.css. There are the custom variables, and the rest is just working. And because we built a system like that, if you don't have a package installed, the CSS don't come inside of the main CSS because Tailwind don't see the source. It's don't gonna build, so it's always the kind of optimated CSS for that. And yes, I didn't mention that we even working on a system. It's kind of confluence in Neos. It's called it's still work in progress. It's not yet ready. Perhaps next year I'm gonna have a talk about the thing. It's called Alexandria. So that's my name. If you hear it, Alexandria, the Grand Bibliotary, the old one. So it's gonna come, but it's still always optimated for that what you use. If you don't have a package, it's not in there. If you have a custom package like the block code, have some CSS, that's just included if the content element itself it's on the website, so it's very nice. And they're also lazy loaded.
Okay. Final question. I think you mentioned you open source some parts of it, but you still have some plans to make some commercial
yeah, I mean,
available?
I have to feed my family.
Yeah.
No, we built, it's, you know, okay, I wrote this whole Neos crazy part stuff, but with David Spiola, what you heard yesterday, and some other guy, Markus Müller, he's not here. We build a whole ecosystem around that with server and all this kind of stuff. We have Mautic integration, and it's very tailored to this kind of service. So yes, if you have now a customer, we just say, pay us $50 per month, and you get the whole system, you get the whole updates and all this kind of stuff.
All right.
Just to have it, and they're really happy with it. And yes, because we have there some more fancy stuff going on in the background, we're able to do some more fancy stuff, of course. And this is not meant to have just take it and now everybody use the same. It's yes, use it. I'm proud of kind of somebody use my package. I'm really excited. If somebody told me I found a bug on your package, I'm really excited because he used my package and he found a bug. Great. And here's the same, but it's more also like inspiration and come up with your own elements, your own custom content elements, because I think Neos deserve that to have this kind of stuff. And of course, there are some packages who are closed because it's not possible just to, would not make sense to throw them out because you need the server around that, and it's tailored to this one.
So, if you're interested in finding out more about Lightfire or John's awesome keynote skills, I saw a question about that as well. Approach John directly and ask him how he does it with the fancy backgrounds moving and everything. Thank you very much for your talk about Neos themes. Please don't forget to rate the talk
5 stars
in the NeosCon app. Of course, you also.
Thank you so much.
You also get our speaker thank you present. And yeah, John, thank you very much for your talk. Next up on this stage, we will have Testing with Doubles, Why, When, and How by Sebastian Bergmann. And on the studio stage, how to build LLM-based content management solutions in Neos CMS. So see you in a few minutes for the next talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Klaus and Jan. So we are a little behind schedule, so I make this one short. We have now Sebastian Bergmann. Many of you will probably know him because I guess all of you here who are here have already written some PHP unit tests, am I right? Yeah, okay. So let's see what we all don't know, maybe, and can improve on our PHP unit tests. So give it up for Sebastian.
Danke.
Kind words, thanks for the music. That still takes some getting used to, that there's music. So hi, I'm Sebastian, and I push the button and nothing happens. I pushed the button and something happened, that is good. Hi, I'm Sebastian. We're talking about things that you may not know. Disclaimer, there are also many, many things that I do not know, so welcome on this journey of discovering things that neither of us knows. Hopefully we can help each other out. So there are a couple of things that I know a little bit about, that I have some experience with, and most of that is pushing the button and nothing happens, okay? I'm old, as some people would put it, but I would put it like I have quite some experience of being a Sebastian. I've also quite some experience of doing things with computers and making them most of the time do what I want them to do, and I started doing that in 1990 with first BASIC, then C, then assembly on the Amiga, doing real-time 2D, 3D graphics shenanigans, and then at some point I started building extensions for mailbox software, and then the internet came along, and then I wrote things that you could connect to Amiga mailboxes via the internet using Telnet, and yeah, and then the real internet happened. As I said, I'm old. Around that time, I started doing things with PHP. Yes, I still have my Amiga 1200 and it's working, and yes, I have PHP 4 on it, and yes, PHP Unit 1 works on that machine, but no, that's not something that you want to do for things outside of retro computing, but it's fun. And somehow that button only works every second time I press it. Okay, so I'm doing things with open source since 1998, not only building open source, but in the last couple of years also trying to do what some people would refer to as lobbying. So I helped the PHP Foundation to run what it does, and I've been invited a couple of times as an expert to the European Union to explain to them the problems and plights and whatever of open source developers, and hopefully things will get better at some point. 2000, I started to work on PHP Unit. At some point, I realized open source does not put food on the table or a roof over my head, so I started to do some work, which is when I founded a consulting company together with my two friends, Arne and Stefan. And together as the PHP consulting company, we help teams build better software. We don't build software for you, but we do everything that has to do with sharing our experience and doing knowledge transfer, consulting, coaching, training. So with all of that finally out of the way, we can get to the topic of today's presentation, which is probably one of the topics when it comes to testing and unit testing in general, and getting started with PHP Unit in particular, that confuses still a lot of people, because over the years, at least that's my understanding, that this is the main reason behind that. Over the years, there were many different terminologies and words that were used to describe really similar things, but if you do not precisely separate from one another, you do not really know when to use what and what you actually want to achieve with them, and that is where things get confusing. And if there's one thing that I would like to accomplish here today, is that I leave you less confused than I found you. I really hope that you're not leaving this presentation more confused than you came in. So here goes. We are dealing mostly with object-oriented software, object-oriented systems, and those are a web of collaborating objects. I really hate the term of calling a method somewhere. I always think about sending a message from one thing in your system to another thing. because to me that's just something that I can relate to, because as a minor topic in university, I studied biology, and when you look at cell biology, you always talk about cells sending messages to each other, either using electricity or chemicals or whatever. So we have a system built of teeny tiny small things that communicate to each other by sending messages, and sometimes we are interested in these messages. And the behavior of such a system emerges from the communication between all those bits and pieces. And the big idea here really is messaging, and yeah, like I mentioned, messages are sometimes important. Okay, so talking about objects. And here is the other thing where things usually get confusing, because we interchangeably call all these different things that we on a syntactical, technical level implement as an objects, without differentiating what are we using these objects for. And if you look at categorizing objects, you usually come up with two very different types of objects. Type is an overloaded term when we talk about, sorry about that, words, they're hard. And naming things is hard. So one big group of objects are so-called services. And the purpose of services is to encapsulate computational processes. Yeah, you have something that requires some computation, not necessarily in the form of, oh, I need to calculate a lot of stuff, but something that is reasonably complex that you want to encapsulate as an operation that can be reused. So for instance, I'm sure, because I see him sitting over there, if you look at something as complex as a event-sourced content repository, you will have many, many different operations that are very low level on the graph, moving a node from here to there, changing a parent, whatever. Those are computational processes that you want to look at in an encapsulated fashion to reduce the cognitive load that you as a developer must deal with when you want to do something with that. So we encapsulate those probably complex operations in one separate object so that we can look at them in isolation from everything else. So services encapsulate computational processes. Please do yourself, future self, the rest of your team, and your mental health and your sanity, and basically everyone a favor, and implement an interface when you, or define an interface that you then implement when you deal with services. Yeah. Helps with testing. We'll get to that. The other big group of objects are so-called value objects. They represent a specific value, and they are really cool because, once again, they reduce cognitive load. You have objects that represent something that can never ever change because they are usually implemented in such a way that they are immutable. Newer versions of PHP allow you to use the read-only keyword to make that specific, that they cannot be changed once they are created. Static analysis tools like Psalm or PHP-Stan give you an immutable annotation to express something that is even stricter than just read-only. And they represent things like currency, monetary values, email addresses, whatever you want to represent from your domain as an object that does not involve a computational process. So sometimes when we write tests for our software, we want to test something that uses something else, that relies on the collaboration with a dependency, and sometimes we do not want to use the real dependency because that would be tedious, cumbersome, expensive in some dimension. So we just do not want to do it, or we cannot do it for some technical reason. And this is where test doubles come into play. And the term double comes from film, yeah, stunt double. Sometimes you have an actor that needs to do, or you have a character in a film that needs to do something that is dangerous. And the insurance for the actor says, no, we do not allow our actor to do that because when something bad happens, that is way too expensive. So we use someone who looks reasonably close enough to the expensive actor, and when something happens to him or her, yeah, tough luck, that's bad for them and their family, but we as movie company and insurance company care much more about the other stuff. And allegedly, Harrison Ford got more money for Star Wars Episode 7 from his insurance company when he had a door land on his foot and he was injured for a couple of weeks on set than he got for actually acting. I don't know if that's true, but I found it funny. So you do not want to get the real Harrison Ford injured, right? So you also do not want to even touch the database or some other external system that is tedious to work with, expensive to work with, when you just want to test the core of what your software is about, your domain logic. Okay. So over the years, and this is where some of the confusion comes from, in different programming language ecosystems, in different testing stacks and frameworks, very similar names came up for very similar concepts, and there was a really language confusion, naming confusion that was not very helpful. And then Gérard Mézarot came along and wrote a book about X-unit test patterns, and he looked at dozens of different testing frameworks and categorized things and gave them consistent and canonical names. And when it comes to test doubles, he came up with 5 names, most of which we do not need to worry about today. One of those is dummy object, one of those is test stub. Test stub is an object that looks like the real thing, where you can configure the behavior of the real dependency in such a way that it behaves how you need it to behave to test what you currently want to test. A test spy is a little bit more than a test stub. It keeps track of which messages were sent to it, which methods were called on it, and you can query it. Has this method been called? Yes, no. Depending on the answer, fail the test or let it pass. If you make that a little bit more convenient and tell that test spy upfront, hey, for this test to be successful, I expect that this message is received with these arguments and so on, then you have a mock object. And probably the largest thing of those 5 is a fake object, which is a real implementation of an interface that defines a computational process that you write by hand, for instance, an in-memory implementation of a repository where you would have a real-world implementation that talks to the database. So you have something that you can use just for testing that is really quick, but correct enough and good enough and close to the real thing enough that you can actually work with it. For today, we focus on test stub and mock object. So a test stub is something that looks like the real collaborating object, and looks like means it passes all type checks of the programming language. If you have a piece of code that says, I need an instance of that interface to properly work, and you want to test that, then you can use a test stub of that dependency, pass that in using dependency injection, and test what you are interested in. It looks like the real thing that you're replacing with the test stub. It can be configured to behave in a certain way, and behave means you either configure a return value that is returned when that method is called, or you can configure it to throw an exception when that is called. I'm leaving out edge cases like stubbing and mocking methods that have a return type declaration of never. Those are funny and tricky. We'll leave that out. Now, and they allow us to test an object that interacts with the doubled object. Okay, so we have a mock object which also looks like the real collaborating object. Can be configured to return a value or throw an exception, and until here, it's exactly the same thing as a test stub, it's just something more, because it can be configured to expect messages, method calls. So mock objects are used when you are interested in the communication between 2 objects. Test stubs are only about isolating the object that you want to test from its dependencies, and mock objects are used when you want to observe, verify, test the communication that is going on between objects. And I hope that becomes a bit clearer when we look at examples. So talking about examples, this is from an example application that I once wrote during a test-driven development training. We are in an event source system, and we want to test that something happens there. And we want to test our cell good command processor, and that has a dependency on an emitter and on a sourcer. So what we do here is, and this shows the evolution of like how stubbing and mocking looked like 25 years ago when it all started or restarted, depending on who you ask. We use inline syntax using an anonymous class to say, hey, I need an implementation of market sourcer, and I implement the source method that it requires me to implement in such a way that it returns this hard-coded value. Market is a value object. And then I can test what I'm interested in, and I can rely on the fact that when the object that I'm interested in, that I'm testing, calls the source method on the market sourcer, it will be this value that is returned. My test assumes that. My test expects a certain outcome when this happens, and this allows me to test that. And this is a handwritten anonymous class to achieve test stubbing. I can easily add a couple of more lines of code to keep track of how often was that method called, with which arguments was that called, and so on. And for instance, use that to implement a handwritten spy for testing something that is called a writing event subscriber, which has a dependency on event writer. And here I cannot test what I want to test by just looking at the return value of a method call, or whether or not an exception was raised on the method by the method that I'm testing. I need to observe a side effect. And the side effect that I need to observe is when I call a method on that object that I'm interested in, does that object call a method on this other object? And that is my indicator that my software that I'm currently testing works correctly. Now, you do not always want to write these test stubs and spies by hand. Good news, PHP Unit can help you with that because it has a built-in functionality to create test stubs and mock objects dynamically, so you do not need to implement them manually. There is an API that allows you to say, hey, I need an object that looks like this, that behaves like that. And this is what I'm talking about now. Think of the next 3 bullet points as either a disclaimer, a promise, or a warning, because I will show the most common use cases. And I cannot emphasize this enough because I get a lot of feedback from people, and I'm still figuring out how to improve the documentation for that. But many developers come to me when they get started with PHP Unit and say, hey, the documentation lists so many features. I'm overwhelmed. How can I possibly learn all of that? And then I usually tell them, you only need like 30–40% of that, and the rest is just for edge cases and the odd situation where you actually need that. You only actually, every day, you need very few things from that, and this is most importantly true when it comes to the test doubles functionality. There's a lot of functionality in there that I myself have never used or very rarely used. And maybe we need just some label that says, hey, this is commonly used, this is less commonly used. You only need to know that it exists. So when the time comes that you need this, you remember, I read about that, this exists, this is the problem that I'm looking for a solution right now, and there I can look it up. I don't know. Ideas welcome. So I will show now the most common use cases while ignoring all the edge cases where you can hurt yourself. And I will also not talk about deprecated functionality because right now a lot of functionality in PHP Unit 10 and 11 is deprecated and marked for removal when it comes to test doubles. And I really look forward to next year, February, when PHP Unit 12 comes along, that all of this old craft from over 15 years of features that were always confusing. Some of them never really had a use case. sorry. And some of them no longer have a use case because the language has evolved. So I'm not talking about those. If you're really into edge cases and if you really want to see how not to do it, have a look at another presentation of mine that is called Avoiding Mockageddon. Mockageddon is one of those terms that is analogous to over-mocking. Like with everything that's useful, you can overdo it. And the same is true for doubling and mocking objects when it comes to testing. So don't do that. So the example from earlier, if we do that with PHP unit, we can just tell PHP unit create stub. Create stub expects exactly one argument, the name of the type, which hopefully is an interface, but it can also be the name of an extendable class. An extendable class is one that is not marked as final. Create stub, give me something that looks like a marker source or object, and then you can configure it. When the method source is called, it will return this value. And hopefully, usually, that is more readable than the inline anonymous class. And it makes it really convenient and quick to do things when you need that. Same goes for the mock objects. There's a method that is named createMock. One argument, again, the name of an interface or an extendable class. And then you can configure using the same API that you use for test stubs, plus API for setting up expectations. In this case, we expect that something happens exactly once. What we expect to happen exactly once is the call to the method write, and the method needs to be called with $event as its argument. And then we can test the communication between those two objects. Now, the devil always is in the details, so what is going on under the hood? Method create stub, as I already explained, expects the name of a type, which can be an interface or an extendable class. And it returns an object that is of two types. Now, in the language, we can already express that something is of two types using intersection types, but we cannot yet express in the language through real syntax that one of those two types that is part of this intersection is variable, because it depends on the parameter that we pass in. But thankfully, we have this annotation syntax that we can use. This is a so-called templated type, and templated types are supported by PHP Stan, by Psalm, and most importantly by PHP Storm. So PHP Storm knows by looking at this, in the test code, Sebastian has written create stub. Create stub returns an intersection of PHP unit's interface stub, which declares the configuration API for the stub behavior, plus it is also of the type of the interface of or class for which the name was passed in that $type argument. And that is really useful. And so far, I have to be honest, this is so far the only use case where I'm working with templated types, but I'm really happy that this works, because that makes working in the IDE with PHP unit so much easier. And what can we configure? So this is the example that we have already seen. We have create stub, we have the interface name, method do something will return value, and now every call to do something will return this value. Will return accepts a list of arguments, so you can configure multiple different, a sequence of multiple different arguments that are returned one after the other. So now the first call to do something will return value, the second call to do something will return another value, and subsequent calls to do something will return null. Because as soon as you define more than one value, the assumption is that you assume that this method is only called the number of times for which you have configured the values. And yes, that is an implicit protocol, and that is really bad API design, but somewhere along the way, over the course of the last 20 years, that has happened. And this is not something that I dare to clean up, because too many people rely on that. Sorry about that. There's also will throw exception, so now every call to do something will throw a runtime exception, which is useful when you want to test error conditions. The tests that are part of PHP Unit's own test suite for testing the testable functionality are a really good example of how to properly name your tests so that you get useful test docs output as documentation. But they're also really good to use in a presentation like this to explain how you can, and in which situations you can and cannot create test stubs. So you can create a test stub for an interface, for an extendable class, for an extendable read-only class, but you cannot do it for final classes, for enumerations, for unknown types, and so on. So that is nice. Yeah, and you can configure a lot of things, and this list is really long, and this is exactly what I meant earlier. A lot of the things you will never ever need, or very rarely need. And there's always the fallback, like if none of the things that you see here work for you, you can, for instance, say return callback and have inline a piece of code that computes on demand the return value that should be returned. All of those return values that you return from a stubbed method, of course, need to match the return type declaration of that method. By default, PHP Unit tries to automatically generate return values for you when a stubbed method is called for which you did not explicitly configure a return value. This was not necessary before PHP 7, before we had return type declarations, because back then it was really easy. We just always returned null, because it was always true or usable. And now it's a little bit more complicated, and in fact it's a lot more complicated than that, because we always try to find the minimal value even for intersections and unions. And again, we do not need to get bogged down in the details. Create mock works very similarly. You get an intersection of mock object, which is the configuration interface that PHP Unit provides, and the type for which you passed in the name. And you have already seen that. We expect that a method is called exactly once, and we can combine that with runtime behavior. Sometimes you need that, most of the times you don't. And now do something must be called exactly once, and every time do something is called the value that is shown on the right is returned. Once is a convenience wrapper for exactly one. Sometimes you need something to be called 3 times, or 42 times, or 23 times, I don't know. There's exactly 0 that you can use, for which never is a convenience wrapper, because sometimes you do not want that a specific method is called. Sometimes you do not care how often a method is called, but it is called at least once. That's when you use at least once. At least once is a convenience wrapper again for at least one. There's at most. Sometimes you don't care about how often it's run, as long as it's called at most, not more than one. So that is possible. And you can have expectations on the arguments that are passed to the method. Most common case is that you put in the expected value into the braces of the with statement. But that, once again, is just convenience for using this equal to. And for every assertion, or for most of the assertions that PHP Unit has, things like assert equals, assert same, and so on, there is a so-called constraint that you can use here. Most of the time you want to use equal. Sometimes you may want to check for identity the same way that you use assert same, and then you would use identical to. But there's also greater than or equal, less than or equal, string matches regular expression, string matches format, and so on and so forth. And once again, you can do something with a callback. If none of these things out of the box work for you, you can define a callback. Same test stub output again for everything for which you can create a test stub, you can create a mock. And these are the things that you can create or configure on a mock object to expect something. And there is a lot that you can expect. And once again, in most cases, you won't need everything of that. Especially, and this is something that I only discovered last year, that was possible. and I kid you not, I did not know before. While I was writing, like last year, I reached a point while refactoring the system that at some point I decided, okay, I delete all the existing unit tests for test stubs and mock objects because they have become so bad over the years that they are not really clear at what they intend to test, that I started from scratch. And then I found a feature that a method call can be expected contingent on whether another method was previously called. I do not have found a use case for that, but it is there, and some people tell me that they are using this and they would be really mad if I remove that feature. So I'm not removing it for now, but at some point I would really like to understand the use case for that. So in a nutshell, services. Services implement an interface that can be doubled. We use a real implementation of the interface when we want to test this real implementation. Yeah, think of something like I have an interface named, I don't know, user repository. And that has a couple of methods for retrieving a user from a storage backend and for storing a user object back to the storage backend. And then I can have a real implementation that does something with DBAL or something else to write that to a relational database and read it back from there. I could also have an implementation that just serializes that to JSON and puts it into the file system and reads it back and unserializes it from there. That's the beauty of interfaces. I define a contract and I have multiple different implementations that fulfill that contract. And when I want to test one of these concrete implementations of that contract, I use the real implementation of the object, of the interface, because that is what I'm interested in. That is what I want to test. We use a test stub of that interface, something that looks like an implementation of that interface when we want to test a component that depends on this interface and we want to isolate it from any real implementation of that interface for our testing purposes. We use a mock object of the interface when we want to test the communication between those two objects. When I'm really interested in, are the right messages sent between these two parts of the system? Maybe I have a logger interface somewhere that I can attach to a couple of interesting objects in my system, and I want to test that when I do something on that one object, that the right log message is sent somewhere. That's when I use a mock object for the logger interface so that I can expect when I call this method on that object, then the logger is called with the right argument. We have value objects, on the other hand, which are immutable, which reduces cognitive load. Cognitive load is reduced because when I'm working with a value object, I do not need to be afraid that something happens to the state of that object. Whatever I do, that's not whatever I do. There are some really dark black magic tricks that you could use. Don't do that. When you're not doing something stupid, you can rely on the fact that the state of such an object never ever changes. So you do not need to worry about replacing them with something that looks like them when you test something that uses them. You do not need to worry. And I know some people think that this is esoteric psychology, whatever, nonsense. No, it's not. You do not need to worry about that. So you can focus more on the problem that you're actually trying to solve, on testing the thing that you're actually interested in, and totally forget about that value object. So value objects are immutable. They cannot be doubled, because if you implement them properly, they are final. And yes, disclaimer, black magic, people will have weird ideas. So there are packages that you could install that hook into your auto-loading that remove final keyword and read-only keyword from all the source code that you load. Don't do that. Or if you do that, please don't come complaining to me or others that my software does not work properly with your software. Don't do that. It's not a problem that value objects cannot be doubled, because you also would not double a string or an integer or a float or a bool. Those are value types. And yes, a value object is an object type, but semantically you think about them as values, and values are immutable, and you do not need to care about that. Okay, so now there's the big question. Are you now more confused than in the beginning, or did I manage to clear up some of the confusion? I really hope the latter. Either way, I'm almost done with the presentation. Some add at the end, if you allow. So my company does regular things called a Tester's Corner. That's like a 45-minute session every month, where I bring a topic related to testing and we can discuss that. The next one happens in a couple of weeks from now, and on June 6th, actually. And there we deal with testing, randomness, and time, which is sometimes, interesting. And Tester's Corner is part of the education flat rate that my company offers, 200 hours of interactive live training every year for a monthly fee, and you can attend all of that, and it's shareable with all developers in a company if you're interested in that. I have some codes that you can use to get free access to the next Tester's Corner. And I also brought PHP unit stickers, so if you're interested in stickers, take a sticker. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian, for this talk. And in fact, I have one question for you. Would you categorize entities as services?
I'm taking my time because I really want to avoid the obvious and usual it depends. So I do not know how you implement entities. So most of the time they are implemented as sort of a hybrid, like they have data and they have some operations that work on that data, but they also have operations that store that somewhere and store it from somewhere and load it again from somewhere else. So that would be, if that's the case, then that would break single responsibility principle, and then it would be somewhere in between those things, and it would be really messy. So I would not know how to deal with that.
Okay.
In a clean and proper way. I hope that is not the case.
Thank you. This was, in fact, the only question I had in the app. But maybe some of you have some edge cases, which you talked about, and want to dive into in person, and give you some examples for the documentation. That would be great if any of you can think of that. You know,
and
documentation, writing.
And maybe somebody wants to take over writing the documentation. That would be awesome.
It's always hard. We know that.
Not because I do not want to do the work, but because I know I'm the worst person in the world to write the documentation, and yet I'm the only one right now willing to do that. And I keep forgetting things when I document new features because it's so clear to me. So it would be better if somebody did the documentation that is not me.
And probably provide those edge cases.
Yes.
You can't document because you don't know them.
Exactly.
So thank you very much for being here.
My pleasure.
And we have a present for you also. My assistant is here. Is he not a great assistant?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in a couple of minutes, I guess, because we are almost back in time. That's great. Here we have a quite detective story about performance. And on the studio stage, we have Florian Engelhardt with Async PHP. So take your pick and see you at 12.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some roles are reversed there. So welcome again on the main stage, and we are very happy that Sebastian made it here this year. Sadly, last year his talk had to be cancelled, and so we moved the whole conference here to Karlsruhe to make sure this time this don't happen. So give it up for Sebastian and a NEOS performance detective story.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and this time I also got sick, but I am better, so it will work out. Couldn't let this pass, this opportunity, because for years I've been working now on performance topics, and I love to tell you about it because it's so important to me. And together we can find the culprit who did all those performance things, who broke our websites, who made them slow. We will find him and bring him to justice. So let's start. Anki introduced me. I do NEOS, everything NEOS. I'm in the core team members for 10 years or something. I live not far from here, love Lego baking, gaming, and etc. You probably talk with me on Slack. Yeah. But there's a true self of me. When I sit on my chair and I work, then I become this one. This is my true work self. I'm a master detective. I'm feared by many. I'm fluent in various programming languages. I'm type safe. And I've been to the dark places of the core, and I came back from them. Die is a word I often write. So I bring fear to the code that I before me. So I will talk about several of my cases, the most horrifying ones. First is the horror of publishing. Probably you've been there, this publish button in the corner. It's scary. The tale of reading image widths. Oh, that sounds scary. And the madness of moving nodes. Oh, yeah. Through the tree, it's scary. And then we will check who's our enemy. Who is the one that orchestrated all of this? Then we find out what we can learn from it, some notes of mine about this whole topic, and at the end we have some time for questions. So let's start with the first case. The horror of publishing. You know that button up there. I know that with Stefan and me, we had that on NEOS.io sometimes when we moved or refactored the whole tree, and then there was this button, and then we were on a Slack call, and we thought, should we? Really? What could happen? Is it scary? Yeah. So let's talk about the crime scene of my customer. There were workspaces with thousands of dependent changes, like 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 at a time. It was they prepared them for weeks, for months, and then they wanted to push everything live. That is scary. The publishing process took hours. They did it during the night. It took 4 to 6 hours. People woke up in between. They slept a bit, they woke up, they looked what is dying. The script timeout was disabled, so it could go on and on. The memory limit was increased, so it would work out. Errors were super scary, because what happens? Did it move half? Did it move nothing? What would happen? Scary times. And the little nodes, they could become orphans. They would lose their parent. They wouldn't move. They would stay back somewhere, and nobody would find them anymore. That was really, really, really scary. Yeah, gigabytes, many gigabytes. We had a suspect. Who could be the suspect? Of course, it's the old content repository. That's always the mean one. It fires so many signals. When every time you move something, it tells, oh, this and that, and I have so many things to do. It triggers lots of operations on other places in NEOS, on the database, etc. So I had to go into the analysis. How can we fix that? So first, I make the request reproducible. Usually it's toggled by the NEOS UI, so there are the curl requests from the browser. I copy them, very simple. I copy the one that triggered the change, and I copy the one that would publish. I copy them into a tool like Rapid API or any other tool where you can import and curl requests. You can make them like set them up so they run single, one by one, or together, so you can see the whole process. So I don't bother with the NEOS UI because I don't only want to focus on those requests. And I used Plumber from Sandstorm and Xdebug to then find out by repeating those requests several times and adding trackers, markers in the code to see what is going on, which functions take so long, where are the method calls, and all of this. One thing, I will not have time, so not so many slides on how to use those debugging tools, because then I would need 500 slides. So I'm going over that, but we will later come to that. So I found the culprit. Who was it? The content repository? No. It was flushing the cache. That was the problem. We sent millions of single requests to the cache to flush all the potential things that are not valid anymore, because we published changes, so the live workspace needed to be flushed. Every page could look different, basically, or depending on the cache configuration. So many things could be different, so we flush a lot, so it's empty, and we are sure later we have render pages with the current content. So we generate thousands of unnecessary and deprecated cache tags, because we had compatibility with all the Neos versions, so we needed to flush them all because we didn't know if somebody still used them. When you use the Redis cache backend, there's a Lua script that will be uploaded to Redis that will do the flushing for us, because it has some internal mechanism, so it fetches everything, and the script is uploaded every time for every tag and recompiled, and so on and so on. So this takes a lot of time. I had no clue about Redis at the time while I was debugging, so I had to learn about Lua. I never wrote Lua. It was an interesting experience to learn all of that. So I found a solution at the end. We check what to flush. We don't need to flush everything. So we don't need to flush all workspaces. My customer had 200 workspaces. There are the 100 shared workspaces, and every user has their own workspaces. They are invisible to you usually, because it's a user workspace. But the content cache flusher, he cares about all those workspaces, and they all usually depend on the live workspace. So when you flush the live workspace, everything is flushed. But I decided we don't need to flush workspaces that nobody works in, because we have a cache timeout, so we don't need to bother for workspaces that haven't changed in this time span of the cache timeout. So we ignore all of them, and suddenly I only needed to flush 10, 15 workspaces instead of 200, because they multiply the amount of cache tags we have to look at. We skipped the deprecated tags. We flush in batches. So we tell the cache backend not to flush a single one. We flush lots of them at a time, which is hard because every backend is different. Every Redis version can be different. Every database version can be. The database makes a difference. So the number of cache entries we can flush at a time is limited by the configuration. We have to find that out. I wrote smart code to find that out the best way I can with the limited information I can find from PHP at that time. You can also configure it a bit, but it does its best to work, and I think we never had problems with this configuration since then. And you can upload the script once, leave it in Redis. Redis will keep it until it doesn't. So you have to check if it's gone at some point. Depending on the Redis version, this is not so easy. So we have to sometimes check, hey, script, are you still there or not? But usually it's fine to upload it once. This way we send as few requests as possible. We don't need to recompile stuff. I also refactored some of the backend code of most backends to be more streamlined, a bit faster, less method calls and so on, to optimize the whole thing. So what happened? We changed 780 nodes in my test case, before and after, obviously. The number of cache tags, before we had 460,000, afterwards we have 5,000, so about 99% reduction. The request took 23 seconds before. Afterwards we were down to 5 seconds, so 80% better. A lot of those 5 seconds are stuff I couldn't easily influence, so yeah, that's the baseline. Then preparing the list of cache tags was 2.7 seconds, was down to 65 milliseconds, so also almost gone. When flushing all the tags that were left over, went from 16 seconds down to 19 milliseconds. So we can now flush basically any number of tags, and it just doesn't matter anymore. this is like not affecting our whole time anymore. And even if we flush thousands of nodes, this time is only going up by a few milliseconds. So this is basically solved. And the outcome is it took now a few minutes to publish those thousands of changes for my customers, so they don't need to worry anymore. No big preparation is needed. They can sleep at night, which is nice. They don't have to get up anymore. Less chance for errors and orphans. Those little orphans, we don't have to worry. They still happen from time to time with the old content repository, but that's a different story. The new one will not have that problem. The caches became super fast, not only for flushing caches or publishing content, but for everything you do with them. They are much faster, of course, except the file system cache, because it's not good. It's a snail. We made it a bit better, but it cannot do certain things, like batching and so on easily. So don't use it in most cases. This was fixed in Neos 8.0. If you haven't updated to any 8 branch, do it. It's so much faster. Where is my... I made a project at the time on GitHub with all the pull requests. You can find the URL there. I will share the slides later so you can find the link. They are interesting. It's like 20 pull requests or something, and some tasks and some other stuff. So if you're interested in that topic, you can find all the information there. It's all in the core. So let's come to the second case, the tale of reading image width. This was the scariest one, basically. The crime scene again. What was happening? Page rendering became super slow over time. Like the bigger the project grew, it became slower, and over time they updated the environment and it became slower, and nobody really knew why for a long time. Like basically, I think for 2 years we tracked that problem. It took several minutes to render some of those pages. The editors were so annoyed. Smaller pages were faster, like it's usually the case. The backend was generally running fine, so it was no general problem with the application. Nobody knew what's going on for quite a while. Different people looked at it, nobody knew, and it was nobody ever said, okay, now you analyze as long as you need until we solve it. So at some point, and we couldn't analyze the production system because of reasons. So I could only look at my local copy of the system. The servers weren't busy, CPU load was not high, DevOps said, no problem, it's not our fault. Yeah. So let's look at the suspect. Who could be the suspect? The content repository. It's always the bad guy. The complexity of the application, of course, because we built so much stuff in there. Neos. The developers. They make it slow. Or the cloud. Could be too. So let's analyze. One of my favorite tools is Flowpack Fusion Tracing. I think a network team provided it many years ago, and I love it. It makes flame graphs of the Fusion rendering. So I use it quite a lot. I found out didn't uninstall it for production, and I found a way to execute it there to get my flame graph from production, and found someone who could then copy that file on the server back to me so I could look at it. That was nice. Then the Xdebug profiler, so I could check it out on my local machine, so I could get some profile which I could then maybe compare with the flame graph and use a lot of brain. You could imagine like the Sherlock Holmes movie when he tries to solve a case and there are the numbers flying and so on. Yeah, that was my way of doing it. Compare those two completely different things and hope I find a solution. Yeah, I ignored again, okay. And I used T3 and Neos Debug to do other stuff, but yeah. Let's jump over that. Here do you see those Fusion flame graphs. I look at them quite a lot. I looked at hundreds of them because I often have to understand why a page is slow. And the width of the graph represents the whole time, so from beginning to the end, it's in this case was like 2 minutes or something. And then you have the spires that represent, on the one hand, the complexity, the nesting level of your Fusion components. So this is a lot. But you can also see the different parts of the website. I have some labels there, some I had to remove, like the navigation, the footer, the content areas. So it's, for me, it's by now really good to read and understand. And in the you can look at this graph in the browser. It also has, like, with double click, you can see the time of all components of a certain kind and stuff like that. So what is interesting there for me always is when it's not a spire that goes completely down, but there are those plateaus where in those red boxes where it's just flat and nothing is happening. That means that the Fusion renderer is waiting for something. He's bored, he has nothing to do. That usually means maybe database, but unlikely. For that they were too big. But rather it's communicating with something, and it's waiting for something. And those plateaus, those are the relevant ones. Every time I debug, I look for those when it's something big. On the other hand, sometimes you also have to look for that, like, is there a component like 10,000 times? That's also an issue, but that's a different issue. So let's look at the plateaus. Those were from the production system. On my local machine, they didn't exist. It looked perfectly fine on my local machine. So then I had my trace from my local machine with 1 GB size. And of course, we render an HTML page. How many method calls do we need? 13 million, obviously. It's a normal website. Why not? That's a lot of PHP functions we call to look at. I knew that they were not my main problem, but they were still interesting to me that array key exists, and this node type check is the node of a certain type. We call that so many times, and the array key exists was triggered by the node type check. So this is something I kept in mind, which I also wanted to fix, but I knew it's not the main problem. Still interesting. So from those plateaus, I knew it must be a certain component. It had something to do with an image. Makes sense somehow, but what could it be? So I looked through this whole profile. I looked for the word resource. I looked for a while, and I looked, get file name, no problem. Get media type, no problem. Database, get relative path is also database. SHA-1 is in the database. Oh, but the get stream that we call 340 times, which take absolutely no time on my computer, on my local machine, because it's fast, and yeah. But on the production system, this is cloud D stuff. It's going to S3. It's copying the whole file 340 times to do something. That is not good. So who's the culprit? It was an eel helper, a very old eel helper. It read the width of an image. It just wanted to know how big is the image. That was all. And it looked into the metadata in the file and not in the database where the number is just there. So it was freshly copied every time. Every time we rendered a page, all those files were completely streamed and temporarily stored and opened and so on. It was beautiful. Old piece of code that didn't cause any issues when the project was started, because they didn't start in the cloud with where the storage was somewhere else, maybe in a completely different place. It was on the same machine. It didn't cause problems when it was developed, this helper, like it didn't make a problem on my computer. Yeah, and as I said, we have those many method calls. So also something to look at. So what was the solution? Yeah, read the image from the database, done, 1 line changed. Problem fixed. Why didn't nobody ever do that? That's easy. Everybody can fix performance. You just change 1 line. It's really easy. Then I optimized the node type related code in the core. I mean, the first thing I fixed in the customer's project, the core I always try to fix too. So I reduced one of those millions. I reduced it by 1 million calls. I'm very proud of that. It actually didn't make a big difference, but I think it makes me feel cleaner if our page rendering in Neos doesn't do so much stuff. And we improved the PHP config for the just-in-time compiler a bit, because we saw we didn't have it fully enabled. It's also something to check. Yeah. So what was the outcome? It took us now 3 to 7 seconds instead of 200 seconds to render some of those pages. So on average, we had 10 times improvement over all websites. The smaller optimizations, like with the just-in-time compiler and so on, they were responsible for about 10% of that, which is still good in general. Then the HEP editors. They have a channel, a Teams channel, where they write when they have big issues. So we developers or the team can see, oh, we have to help. And we didn't tell them that we deployed this fix. So we deployed it in the morning. They started working, and people started writing in this support channel, "What's going on?" Who found the button to make it fast? And they were so excited, and they joined meetings, and they were so happy and so thankful. And that made me so happy and thankful because, like I said before, some editors don't need to work at night anymore. Now they can just click and work and open websites and move stuff, and they don't have to wait. And that's what I love about my job, and getting this feedback and making it for everyone better, and not only for them. Also a bit for all Neos users again from the core improvements I did, and that is really awesome, and yeah, why I love my job. Then there's the third case, the madness of moving nodes. I wanted to have some cute nodes or something there to move, but I couldn't make this image happen. That was too much work. So just a truck to move. Let's go to the crimes. This is an older case, actually. The crime scene. We have a page tree. That's a very dangerous crime scene. We just wanted to move a few hundred pages, but it took minutes, several minutes back then. And we have a suspect. Who could it be? The content repository. It's always that one. So we went into analysis. I think I did it back then together with Sebastian Kurfürst with the Sandstorm Plumber package. It's a bit hard to use, but it's really helpful to add the tracking metrics and so on to PHP code and later get. This is not an actual screenshot of the case back then. I didn't have them anymore, but just an example. It helps me, and it's sometimes for me a bit better to use than the Xdebug profiles and so on. So we found a huge number of calls in the doctrine persistence layer every time we moved all those nodes. So who was the culprit? The content repository. It was really, yeah, this time, and doctrine, because it did something that we didn't expect it. So each node, when it was moved, were persisted individually. Like for every node, when it was changed, it had this persist call, and then Doctrine did its magic to check what changed in the database, so it could only update the part that changed. So this is actually incorrect. It's not quadratic. So it triggered a cascade of calculations. It's not quadratic, but it should be an exclamation mark, what it's called. Yeah. So for 100 or 1,000 nodes, it basically did, let's say, 1,000,000 calculations instead of just 1,000. So this was really, the more nodes you moved, it was really going crazy in there. And we didn't know, it wasn't visible from the outside that it would do it. It didn't make a lot of sense. I'm not sure, I think there's still a bug issue regarding that. I don't know what the resolution was. So what we changed, we didn't persist the node, each node individually anymore. We persist all moved nodes with one call. It makes completely sense. Why didn't we do it in the beginning? Because when we fixed it, we also found out it had some side effects, because then we would persist maybe other stuff that would happen in between, and it could actually break something. So we had lots of discussions. If we could merge that, at the end we decided yes, because we said, okay, the gain is so much greater than maybe a few cases where it could cause a problem. And then those people have to say, I have a problem, and then we have to find a fix with them. So Doctrine only calculated its changes once. Yay. You can find some details here in this pull request. It had a long discussion until we finally merged it. And what was the outcome? It took us now 8 seconds to move 750 nodes instead of 100 seconds. I assume with all my other changes since the years ago, it's even faster now, probably 3-4 seconds, I don't know. So we had 10 times improvement in general when moving nodes. That was really great. We fixed that in Neos 4.3. So if you haven't updated to Neos 4.3, I think it's now really time to do it. And then you can go to 9. That's a good time to do it. So we found all our culprits and so on, but how can it be that there must be our Moriarty? He must plan all that. He must be the evil genius who organized all that, who made our application slow, who added all those bugs and those problems and so on. How can we find him? How can we get rid of him that we don't need to spend so much time on fixing those things and that the applications get slower? Yeah, it's sadly us. Me, you, we are all doing that. So we have some general issues. The databases handled millions of entities decades ago. we now struggling with thousands. It's a bit silly. Those servers back then were 100 times slower, probably. I didn't check it, but that's my assumption. We pile layers of abstractions on top of each other, like the database abstraction and stuff like that. So we don't really know what's going on there. Also dependencies like doctrine or other stuff, they hide implementation details or stuff, technical details from us, and we are not really sure what's actually going on behind the curtain. So we rarely work with lower level APIs. So we don't talk bare metal, but we always have those layers that make it nicer for us. But again, they add complexity there and performance degradation. Our hardware is too fast. Our local developer machines are simply fast. We don't see those issues usually. Our applications grow too complex. We add so much stuff, microservices, nobody understands it anymore sometimes. So when we have a performance problem, we need so many people, we need to ask so many people, is it your problem? Is it your problem? Is it a problem? Is it a connection? Is it the thing? Is it a microservice? What is it? My environment is different, like my local environment is different, the production is different, testing, staging, testing too, they are all different. They all have a different behavior, a different CPU count, etc. That makes it really hard. And our tests are too simple. In Neos, we often test with the demo side. It's maybe not the best way of testing large-scale applications. Sometimes we have this, for example, this node generator, and then we generate thousands of nodes and so on. But I think we all have often too simple test cases for our applications, and it also depends the workflow. 10 workflows might be super fast, and then this other one is slow. So we have also specific issues for the applications. We have the deep fusion hierarchies. We have too much complexity. We put best practices on everything. We try to not repeat ourselves. We have inefficient custom helpers. We try to split integration presentation everywhere. Everything has its cost. And you need to be aware that the best practice might be a problem even at some point. If you make a fusion component out of every link, out of every attribute or whatever, it all adds to that. We have the inefficient flow queries when you do side query search and then check on every document has a certain property. That's super slow in the old content repository. So this is all that we add to that. Requesting and calculating the same data over and over. Missing or insufficient fusion cache configs. I have the opinion every fusion cache config can be correct and work correctly. I don't believe in that there's a problem in there. I think there's always a good solution for caching. Using file-based cache backends is a big problem because a lot of Neos projects start with file-based caches, and then after weeks, months, when they add more pages, they just turn slow. And we often have the question in Slack, why is my page so slow? And then we say, flush your cache, and then it's fast again, use a different cache. That's really sad. I would love to have a perfect solution that's just included with Neos. Sadly, we haven't come up with a way of doing that yet, because for beginners and so on, it's really annoying. And it doesn't look good for us. What can we learn from all of that? Oh, I have to go a bit faster now. Once upon a time, 24 years ago, there was this aspiring detective working with PHP, CSS, and HTML. Not much has changed. If you ever were on a call with me, you might see one object that you know. Who can spot it? One object in this screen. It's the chair. I'm sitting on the same chair for 24 years, doing the exact same thing. I repaired it once. It's fine. So I learned something since then. Premature optimization can be a great teacher. Often people say you shouldn't do it. I learned a ton from it because when I was younger, I did that. I loved to do that, and it was fun when I made this web portal for my school friends, and afterwards I built this online game which we played in the evenings together, like 10 friends, and it was just fun, and I already started optimizing that stuff and so on, and later other stuff, and it was great. At the university, I had to with the pen optimize MIPS assembler code to make it execute faster on a CPU. And that was amazing. I never really needed to do it at any point in my life again, but it helped me a lot. I always have this little CPU in my head that has to shift and or the compiler has to restructure all the calls we make to the CPU. And so I always think, oh, this CPU has to work so hard. How can I make it's the life easier for it? For every great performance fix, there are many that are really almost meaningless, small, almost not measurable. I refactor code, think, oh, this is the solution. It looks so much better. It looks so much more efficient, but actually didn't make a difference, or only on a certain environment. So it didn't make, you have to live with that. Bad performance is a bug. If you spot it, issue, make a bug fix. It's not a feature. Default configurations often don't scale. Just recently, again, I read that some of the configurations that are included with PHP or with Nginx, they are meant for computers like Raspberry Pis and not for big machines in the cloud or on your hosting rack. So you have to look at that. There's no silver bullet configuration for any of those. So there are great articles that explain what you should do, how you test, what settings you need. Go with that. Improvements seem so obvious afterwards. As I said, change one line, fixed. Web stuff has no reason to be slow. What we do is concatenate strings. That's what, at the end, the browser gets from our server. It's a long string, nothing else. And it's sad that we take so much time and effort to do that, and such big machines and setups and environments and everything. It's just sometimes I just shake my head and don't know why we do that. Since such a long time, it's just getting worse somehow. So I'm happy to, like Dominique yesterday talked about HTMX and so on, sometimes go back to the basic and think maybe that's the better solution. I also build complex stuff. So, yeah. How can we improve our projects? We write native database queries. I did that a lot with the Media UI because there I have a test case of 1 million assets, so that's good to test. The NEOS 9 core does that more because we see the performance is just so much better. Learn about your database. I had cases where the difference between MySQL and Postgres was enormous, depending on the query and the keywords used. Read the documentation sometimes. Look at the query logger, look at what's going on. Use the right cache for the right job. Reduce complexity, easily said than done. Remember that every line of code has a cost, every time. Learn about your stack. You have to understand how the application works, what could be the problem, and also motivate the people to think a bit, hey, what if the project is split to different teams, that they all work together and with coming up with ideas, what could be the problem. Monitor external data access. That's really hard to get. I couldn't find with the projects I work on anybody who could provide me that information, sadly, so I had to find my own ways of doing it. Use the tools, browser, NEOS debug. Start with the simplest one that you know best and then go to the more complex ones. Maybe you already find the problem early and then go on from there. Some optimizations are negligible. The compiler is often smarter than you. Change PHP code, no difference. Yeah, great. Latency has a huge impact. Code that makes no difference on my machine might, again, make a difference on the production system, or the other way around. I also had the case that I had the obvious difference on my machine, the production system didn't care. Yeah. Only, as I say, affect a specific environment. Because I learn and get smarter and don't want to repeat the same problems all over again, since last year I'm rewriting the T3 and NEOS debug plugin as a core plugin because they also stopped maintenance. And what I did there, I rewrote it as a web component, so it's pretty in the side and so on. Layout is not final. So you can add your own metrics. And what I wanted to do there is provide already 3 metrics that I know caused issues in the past. So for example, at the top, you see resource stream requests. So you render a page, you open the debug tool, and you see how many files were opened to render the page. Like, to fix my first case. Then number of generated thumbnails, because often you have responsive images, and then in one case we had 10 responsive variants for each image. So we had 500 or 600 generated thumbnails or loaded thumbnails on a page. The loading I fixed in the core by now, but it's still important to see. And then cache access. I recently made a change to the flow core, so I can read what's going on in the cache. I see every cache that's accessed, the type of the backend, the read and write access, and the misses. So I exactly know for the page rendering, those caches were active. And when you see that's a lot going on in a file-based cache, and then you should maybe optimize that. What doesn't work? Fixing performance just by cleaning up. My customers always ask me, can we not just clean up, remove some workspaces and it's fine? No. Not if the problem is caused by a few hundred entities. If you have 10 million, 100 million, okay, then we can talk about it if they are useless, but not by just a few things. There's always this little asterisk there. Not reporting performance issues. Why am I finding them? That cannot be. We have so few GitHub issues with performance issues. I think you should write them. Hoping somebody will fix it. That's maybe related there. Please tell us and help getting it done. Almost every fix I implemented in the past, it had an effect on the core. I always find a solution that I don't have to bother with it anymore in other projects. Just using more hardware sometimes works, usually not. Blaming someone, that's not very helpful. Like blaming the NEOS team or something, this just really doesn't help. You have to help. Sustainability is important. Performance is user experience. As I said, they could sleep, they had a better day. They told me they enjoy their work more by having this faster backend. That's great. Developer experience. I often watch developers waiting for the backend to load on their Docker setup, and I'm dying inside sometimes while waiting, because I always want it fast. I cannot wait. I simply cannot wait for things. So make your developer experience better. We also had to talk about that yesterday. Performance is green. We need less hardware. I recently read an article. The dude could he optimized his PHP config and Nginx config, and later could only needed 1 instead of 4 servers. That's awesome. Performance sells. Show it to customer how fast the backend is. How make a demo setup with thousands of pages. Move them. Show it. Click, click, click. That sells, I guess. Open source makes a difference. We can all help together. Every time you help making a performance fix a reality, everyone has something from it, and I love that. Then some notes. There were other cases. I've been spending years on performance, so there are lots of NEOS PRs. I just some days ago I looked into on GitHub and checked what is maybe related to performance. Made a list. There are some links. As I said, I will share the slides later, so you can look at them. There are interesting stories and usually discussions in there. For Flow, also a few. And currently, I'm working something for the NEOS UI. It will not change everything, but it will improve the average loading times and so on, and also solve some other issues. I have a lot of love and thanks, because this is not something I did alone. And my clicker also doesn't want to work with me. My reviewers and testers, I cannot merge something alone. I find maybe the solution, I have to present it, I have to verify it. Sometimes it takes me sometimes days to find those issues, so I have to have my thoughts. I write with people, I have calls, I think about them, I send them screenshots, I make my analysis, and the next day it's completely different. I don't know why. And so I need code debuggers, I need rubber ducks, and I need debug teddies to make those work. It's a team effort, and the companies who sponsor those bug fixes, for some of my customers, it's completely normal that if I fix it in their project, I fix it for everyone, and later when we update NEOS, we can remove the patch, the composer patch, and the project is clean again. Every developer who makes applications faster, not only NEOS, everything, apps, websites, the ticket machine at the train station, if it's faster, I'm happier. Thank you, whoever you are, maybe. Then some advertisement. Bad performance in NEOS project can be improved. I can maybe help. Talk to me. Sometimes I'm just telling one of your developers, or you check on that, then you write me back some days later. Yes, that was it, and then we're all happier. Get in touch, I can help you. There's my old blog post, which has a lot of visits, the basic recipe for a fast NEOS CMS website. I'm sometimes updating it. When you read it and you find something is out of not current anymore or missing, tell me, then I update the post. I think it already had 10 updates or something. Check out my website, which I plan to relaunch, which of course didn't work because it's my own website. So, big thank you for listening to me, to my story. I hope it made sense. I love to hear from you also later. Here's my dog, and join performance on slack.neos.io.
Thank you very much, Sebastian, for this awesome story. I do have a few questions for you. There's a question, which NEOS versions are supported by NEOS Debug?
A lot of them.
We should only care about NEOS 8.3, right? Everybody should be working with NEOS 8.3 by
I think from 4.3 upwards. The new one, you asked about the new one. The new one will support 8.3 and 9, of course.
I don't know if it's about the older
I think
one.
it basically works. I think Anke tried it, and only one thing didn't work, and we have to fix that. Yeah.
All right. And another question. Now you got the performance down in your cases to a few seconds. Are you happy with that? Or
No.
Any plans to further improve?
This is hard to get away those last few seconds to this bootstrap or whatever is left there. It's so hard because this is really based on the complexity of the website and all the configurations and so on. So that it takes so much more time to fix that last part than. But for me, it's important that the time it takes for those operations is not rising again like crazy. So even if their website is now getting twice as big, it will still be 5 seconds or 6 seconds or so on. So that's so much better. And then we have to fix with NEOS 9. It could be some of those operations could get faster, and then we can start working on that again.
And if something gets slower with NEOS 9, as you showed, people should let us know so we can.
I will have work again.
All right, Anke, please come on stage. We do have our presenter present. And in case you've been wondering, it's some seeds for your garden and a little insect hotel, NEOS branded, and a tea and honey box. So
that's perfect. You see my garden there, and my wife will be happy to put the seeds in.
And honey will probably help you stay healthy, hopefully, so that we can enjoy another talk maybe next year.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you very much for bringing your family. Thank you. Don't forget to rate Sebastian's talk in the NeosCon app. He still has a big chance for Best Speaker Award. And next up...
That's why I put the dog picture there.
There's probably also some cat people in the room. You never know. Following this talk, we have the lunch break until 2 p.m. So thank you very much. And after the lunch break, we will have Enterprise NEOS, Empowering E-Commerce for Telecommunications, here on the center stage. And we will have 6 things you didn't know about NEOS 9 on the studio stage. Enjoy your lunch break and see you then.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's unambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
To my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution, call it whatever you need. Make your I could stay forever here in the moonlight, 'cause this feels just right. Oh, you know you got me. And we can watch the sunrise and welcome a new day. Oh, if you just stay here, you know you got me. 'cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher.
Thank you very much, Manu and Jan. Welcome back from lunch and to our next talk about a very big customer using NEOS. And the topic is called Enterprise NEOS, Empowering E-commerce for Telecommunications. And I'm very happy that two people are here who know that project inside out. Please welcome on stage Fiach, Dillon, and Daniel Klöters.
Oh, that's not the right slide. That's slide 15. Could we go to slide? Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and switch to. Well, we're gonna have to. Ooh. So technical issues have been
resolved.
So yeah, welcome to our talk. We're here, as Tobias said, to talk about the enterprise NEOS in the e-commerce for the telecommunications. And we will be telling our story about the NEOS and the complex environment that we work in.
We will talk about the challenges we encountered, the solutions we found, and how we tackled the new challenges that were created by our solutions.
But first, let's talk about the company. We work at 1&1, as we all have seen and heard already. Just for everyone, that's Germany company, which is quite big in the telecommunications. 1&1 offers a wide variety of products, tariffs, smartphones, data volume, all that you would need for any telecommunications. We've got it. And recently, also, 1&1 launched their own mobile network. So check that out, and we are currently scaling this up. And let us also introduce ourselves again. This is Daniel Klöters. He's a software architect and has an existential problem without coding for a few days, apparently.
And this is Fiach Dillon, and I like his quote that without requirements or design, programming is the art of adding bugs to an empty text file.
And of course, we both love working with NEOS. And at 1&1, we both work on the online shop and the website company. As you might have guessed, NEOS is how we manage all this content for all our sites.
The online shop consists of multiple areas with different requirements and domain logic. This is not a complete picture. It's a little simplified, but there are shops for new customers and existing customers, as well as shops for homebound internet connectivity and mobile telephony. The website also includes non-shop related areas like the corporate pages where the press articles of 1&1 are released.
So why NEOS? Or to put it more plainly, why would a big company like 1&1 decide to use NEOS instead of another solution out there? There are quite a lot of reasons to answer this question, but the most important is a fantastic editor experience, in-place editing, easy to use. Also a big factor was the workspace, so multi-campaigns, which we have, is a fantastic tool which we use. The content repository, the old one, and of course, we're hoping that the new one will be even better. Developer experience and the customization, extendability of NEOS. I hope you're all fans of that as well. And the extendability is more of enough reasons why we decided to put this in place.
Well, let's show you a short history of our project. The decision for NEOS was made quite a while ago. I think it was 2015, maybe 2016, back when we launched our first NEOS CMS that delivered the content for our old shop. And at 2019, we think, we started developing the new shop platform, and with it, the new NEOS application we're still using in production today. From 2020 up until, let's say, early 2024, we migrated all the functionality and content to the new platform.
On our way, we faced a lot of challenges, and we're going to go through them now. So at the bottom, we have a lot more than are on the slides, but we faced performance. And of course, Sebastian gave a fantastic talk about performance and how to better it in the last talk, and another large number of campaigns, which I mentioned, a feature for Neos, was also a great big challenge for us. And we also had like high volatility. So our market is really dynamic, and we have a lot of creating demanding challenges. And the other point is the complex environment is another big challenge, because our requirements change drastically from one campaign to another, and may also change within a campaign, which causes like big headaches sometimes. But we are going to also talk about the most important challenges we faced, which are certainly going to come up, which were then a clean content tree, which we're going to talk about today, the challenge, the security requirements we had, the dynamic runtime of content, CMS markup in micro front ends, and also providing part of the content from a separate Neos. So keeping the content tree clean, our first challenge. Especially with a high amount of complex aggregated components in our system, this was quite a challenge. So the basic aim is to keep the node tree as clean as possible, so even complex aggregated components should be represented in a single node in the tree. One of these issues is simply solved with another fantastic post by Sebastian of how to remove the content collection in the tree. If a component works as a container for a dynamic amount of child components, the component node itself is used as a content collection, so there is no extra child nodes in the tree, which is great. But there is another issue here, and here's a simple illustration.
Oh, this was one too far, I think. Sorry.
Yeah, let's say if we have a new component which consists of some existing component, so an image here and a price, and remember, we don't want to create child nodes for this.
So now comes my part. We are already following the basic or classic approach of separating components into integrational and presentational prototypes. So that's what we are seeing here. And to avoid child nodes, we need to use supertypes and mixins to add subcomponents into our aggregation instead of child nodes, which means all the properties of our components need to be moved to mixins that can be included in the YAML configuration of our aggregated component as supertype. That's easy. We can do that. No issue here, because most of our stuff is obviously already inside of mixins. So we can now just call the integrational prototypes of our subcomponents from within our aggregated components integrational prototype, right? Actually, we can, kind of, but it leads to issues. We end up with having multiple content component instances within of just one component. And that's not good, obviously. So we needed to change the picture a little. To solve this, we split the integrational prototype of every component into a fragment and the actual content component. The content component just calls the fragment prototype within its renderer. The fragment contains the actual code, and since the fragment is a fusion component and not a content component, it can now be safely called from any other component. There could be name collisions with the property names, obviously, but we took care of that by just using the namespace or the name of the component as namespace. So to sum it up, this is a little bigger picture of one of our website parts, more of those teasers. The component structure we came up with helps us to maintain a large number of sometimes incredibly complex components while meeting the usability demands of our users by keeping the content tree really as clean as possible.
The next challenge. The biggest challenge also was a security requirement, and this was that we do not expose data editing systems to the internet or to the public. This was one big requirement of our of the project, and we.
Yeah, this requirement and also multiple other factors forced us to separate the delivery of the content completely from the editing, which means Neos cannot render the content or deliver the content, rather. We therefore end up with a new application that handles the content delivery. We call it the delivery layer, obviously, for obvious reasons, rather. We also need to take care of other stuff like export mechanisms, and that one needs to be fast and reliable, which is a big challenge in itself. But we won't talk about it in any depth right now. So let's go to the next one. Obviously, the whole picture here is much more complex than what we are showing here. We need additional systems. One central part we wanted to show. This is the configuration, and obviously in the configuration, this is the shop configuration. There's lots of data from other services and systems, especially PIM systems and stuff. Also, our Neos has obviously an import mechanism to fetch this configuration, and that's all fine and good. And basically it is, but what if we needed to generate or modify content on runtime? Because Neos can't do that right now.
Actually, that's a big conceptual question also, and it's coming into our challenges. So the dynamic content, how we do this, and this is essential for our requirements also.
So let's say the image and the price on this picture, this is the teaser we showed before, need to be dynamically rendered at runtime, because let's say the prices are in a separate system and need to be fetched on runtime because they can change rapidly. How can we do that? Our solution for this is to pass some kind of placeholders in the form of custom elements in the markup that is generated from Neos or by Neos to the delivery layer. Those placeholders specify a micro frontend and an endpoint to handle the content and also contain additional configuration parameters. When delivering a page, the delivery layer is looking for those placeholders and executes REST calls to specify to the specified micro frontends, as you can see here in the picture, that then return the content to actually be displayed instead of the placeholder, obviously. This enables us to use micro frontends in our component structure wherever we like and mix those micro frontend components freely with static components. So let's update the diagram. There's one part missing here. On the left side, the micro frontends are visible. They themselves can call any kind of middleware services, which then are calling backend services. So we got some additional complexity, but we achieved our goal, right? And here's another example. This is a short animation. If we start it, there are multiple places on our pages where dynamic content is shown. So this is through a whole of the shop.
But wait, there's another challenge coming, a follow-up challenge. All of the components that the markup are in Neos can now be rendered in the micro frontends. Those dynamic, actually, we implemented multiple solutions of this for how to show you. We're going to show you the best solution we found for the situation.
Multi-language templating, we call that, and it enables us to provide the templates for our micro frontends directly from Neos while using reusing all our static components. Basically, we write templates in Fusion, but the output for our content export can be in a completely different format or language. In our case, we're using FreeMarker because that's what our micro frontends, which run on Java, want to use. But we could easily change that out with a different template language or even generate something like React components. Yeah, another diagram. This is how it works in more detail. The template contains logic, obviously, otherwise it wouldn't work, conditions and loops and other stuff that is executed on runtime, meaning when the micro frontend renders the template. The template logic is written in Fusion by Neos integrators using our existing set of components. Oh, sorry, one back. And a special set of prototypes for the template logic, like micro frontend loop, micro frontend condition, micro frontend variable, stuff like that. There are not too many, only 4, I think. Using this special set of prototypes, Neos can render different versions of our templates. One that is used in the Neos backend itself, and a different one that is passed or exported to the delivery layer. Well, nice. With this solution, all of our existing components in Neos can be used together with case-specific template logic to easily build micro frontends that generate dynamic content on runtime, and our micro frontends only need to take care of the business logic and service calls.
So, the last challenge we're talking about today is, of course, here providing content from a separate Neos. In this instance, it's necessary for privacy requirements for the content demanding it. Its published workflow needs to be completely different.
Yeah, with the setup we just showed you, the solution for this challenge was fortunately quite obvious and straightforward. We just use our new Neos, our separate Neos instance, as middleware service, or just place it there. And the Neos instance just needs to be headless, so provide a content REST API for our data, and then it can be seamlessly integrated into this picture. And we use that in production right now. The corporate pages, where 1.1 releases its press articles, is currently implemented this way. Yeah,
Challenges mastered. I think we went through all challenges. We heard the fantastic solutions we found. Yeah, let's go check if we have them all here on one board. So we had the security requirements as a challenge. Yep, it's two-layered. Everything is not editable from the public, so we've checked that. Clean content tree. We saw a beautiful content tree with very little child nodes. Also the components using in the markup. We went through really wonderful examples of how we achieved that, and providing content from a separate Neos using our middleware to switch out with a headless Neos to deliver our corporate pages was also there. And I think if that was me up there, I'd be really happy right now on this mountain looking at all those achievements.
We actually were happy when we achieved those things.
We were very happy. Implementing all this was only made possible because we had an infrastructure which we relied on. Here is some of the wonderful words of our infrastructure. Some of them are known, some of them are definitely known. And it's a short visualization. Of course.
We also, and we really mean that, want to thank the fantastic Neos community. It's absolutely great to work with this system, and thanks a lot. Without it, it wouldn't have been possible to achieve this.
Okay. Yeah, we're not quite finished, but it's okay. We also want to say, of course, here that we are also delighted to also to contribute to the Neos community. Here's like a really cool word cloud and some words which we committed to, that we, as a company and developers, celebrate the ability, of course, to contribute to this wonderful open source community and also to the Neos. And yeah, this is now the final thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for listening.
Well, thank you very much for this inside view into a really, really big Neos project. A question: is the editor able to decide when he or she wants to use a micro front end versus a static element?
Yeah, basically yes, but it needs to be talked about before. But technically yes.
Okay. And if you still want to submit a question, go ahead. I have another one. You talked about challenges you successfully tackled. What are some challenges you're working on right now?
Well, that's a good question.
Reducing complexity.
Reducing complexity.
I think we saw in our slides we had a lot of complexity, and I think this word also came up significantly. So I think this is like one of the biggest things we're kind of challenging, is to make the things which we've built, which is of course in our history, has also grown, no? And we've gained a massive amount of experience. And I think this is sort of the areas where we're going to look and say we need to reduce the complexity, make it also more editor-friendly.
Which is very hard in a complex environment like ours. But we're fighting for it every day.
Please keep on fighting. Another question that came in. Performance of the NEOS backend. Are editors happy right now, or does it degrade again?
They definitely are. Also, thanks to Sebastian and his great work.
All right. Okay, there's a question. I'll field it to you, and you'll see if.
Oh, well, just because Sebastian before told that the biggest pages render in about 3 or 4 seconds now. Those are really only some pages. Most of the pages are much faster. Just to, otherwise our customers wouldn't be so happy.
Yeah. Okay. There's a question. Can you describe the process of what happens when the editor clicks publish, and in more detail? What's
a little bit.
Yeah.
It's quite complex. We got an export mechanism, obviously, which is quite big, which packs everything into a thing we call content release, which is more or less a zip file with all the content in it. And in between it uses several open source packages. I think maybe Sebastian can talk about this in more detail because he helped implement those. But we are using the decoupled content store and the p-runner. And yeah, inside there is also, we're using a custom chunk stream for transferring this data, which means it's not a simple HTML file, but a stream version of that. And this is also converted to that inside of the export mechanism. It's quite complex.
It could be a lightning talk.
All right, if you have any further questions, don't be afraid to ask them. And of course, we also have speaker presence for you as well.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming up on stage, talking about the enterprise NEOS implementation at 1&1. And yeah, thank you very much for your talk.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Please don't forget to rate this talk.
Ja, wir waren viel zu schnell, schon so eine halbe Stunde, ne?
Ja, nicht mal.
Doch, oh, wir waren eine halbe Stunde.
Ja, eine halbe Stunde.
Aber
das war laut.
You're doing great. We will have another break right now, and then after the break, we will have. Next slide.
So.
You have a clicker. Next slide. After the break, we have OpenStreetMap under the hood here on the center stage, and observability in NEOS on the studio stage. So half an hour break for you, and see you back at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing. Nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all. nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Anybody tell you it's gone way too far? No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
So, do we want to wait for our musicians? Because I think we lost them on the coffee table. Oh, so musicians on stage needed. Yesterday morning we had so many, and now none is there. No one's left. Thank you for this introduction. So, hi, everyone. It's getting quite thin in the audience. I guess the partying on this stage yesterday just is showing right now. But nonetheless, we have next up Frederik Ramm. He will talk to us about OpenStreetMap and look with us under the hood. So, give it up for him.
Thank you. We're about 10 minutes late, but those of you who have arrived by train will probably know that this is the new normal. Okay, a few words about myself. I've been with OpenStreetMap since 2006. OSM is becoming 20 years old this year, so there'll be a big party sometime in August. Worldwide. We don't know exactly what form it will take yet. So I've been with OSM since 2006, and I work here in Karlsruhe with GeoFabric as a small consulting company doing stuff with OpenStreetMap. I've been on the boards of the OpenStreetMap Foundation and the FOSGIS, that's the local chapter of the OpenStreetMap Foundation, for a while. And nowadays, my main job in OpenStreetMap is that I'm a member of the data working group. And the data working group is a bit of a misnomer because it isn't so much concerned with the data itself, but with vandalism and disputes between OpenStreetMap users. So in my day-to-day OpenStreetMap volunteer work, I see much of the underbelly of a big community project when people don't agree about something and want to harm the project. Anyway, let's talk about OpenStreetMap. A few numbers, a few points about OpenStreetMap for those of you who haven't heard about it yet. OpenStreetMap is a huge database of geodata, so it's basically the Wikipedia for geodata. It's created entirely by volunteers. Occasionally there are companies who pay people to add some data to OSM, but the bulk of OpenStreetMap data is contributed and edited by volunteers. It's under an open license. More about that later. The servers that power OpenStreetMap are run by the OpenStreetMap Foundation, and they are mostly located in the UK, Ireland, and the Netherlands. The OpenStreetMap Foundation itself is a UK organization. It's a very small organization that has virtually no budget. I think it's 500,000 euros or something. They have one full-time employee and a couple of people who are helping part-time. It's really a very small organization compared to the size of the project. The OpenStreetMap project doesn't really have any kind of formal leadership. It's more of a movement. It's lots of volunteers doing their stuff, and the OpenStreetMap Foundation is not so much concerned with controlling what people do and telling people what to do, but instead just making sure that the servers are working, and that's almost it. OpenStreetMap collects data from the very big, like this polygon for all of the Iberian Peninsula, to the very small, like this individual waste paper basket somewhere here in Karlsruhe. All of this can be recorded in OpenStreetMap, and believe me, lots of people do record these things. A few numbers about OpenStreetMap. The worldwide data set, if you can download the whole OpenStreetMap database, and it's about 75 gigabytes in a protobuf format, which is the format that we normally use for OSM data. It's optimized for that kind of representation. But you can also download it as an XML file, and then it will have about 1.4 terabytes. We have more than 10 million users worldwide. About 60,000 of them are active and actively contributing to OpenStreetMap every month. The others are people who have signed up years ago to put their own house on the map, and then they went away again. The OpenStreetMap database has 9 billion nodes. Those are individual points with coordinates, and 1 billion ways, lines, or polygons. More about that later. The consulting company Accenture has done a value assessment of OpenStreetMap in 2020, and the result was its worth is about 2 billion euros. What they did is they basically looked at the data that was in OpenStreetMap, and they computed the number of hours that were required to create that amount of data, and then they said, okay, every hour costs so and so much, so that's certainly no one has actually invested 2 billion euros, but that's what consultant companies come up with. The license that OpenStreetMap data is under is the so-called Open Database license. It's a license that has been specifically written with OpenStreetMap in mind. It's an attribution share-alike license, much like the GPL that many of you will be familiar with, or the CC by SA that is used by Wikipedia. It's based in European Union database right, where protection for database exists. It doesn't so much exist in the US, so there are some shenanigans in the license that make sure it's supposed to work in the US as well. The OpenStreetMap Foundation is the licensor, so the OpenStreetMap Foundation publishes the database under this license. And the license differentiates between derived databases, which have to be made available under the ODBL, so it has the share-alike component in that regard, but it also knows the concept of produced works. So when you make something from OpenStreetMap data that is not a database, like an image, then you only have to follow the attribution regulations, but not the share-alike. That's a big difference between the ODBL and the Creative Commons license. Now, the architecture of OpenStreetMap. At the center of OpenStreetMap, we have a database. This database is basically what the OSMF is operating, or this database, and there's an API in front of that. It used to be a Rails, Ruby on Rails API, and now it's partly in C++, partly still Ruby on Rails. This API is accessed mostly by editor software. There's a popular standalone editor, JOSM. There's an editor called ID, which is built into the website. If you go to openstreetmap.org and you click on edit, then you will basically land in this ID editor. And there are also many different mobile editors. For example, one is called Vespucci on Android, or a GoMap on iOS, where you can edit OpenStreetMap on the go. And all your edits will go directly via the API into the central Postgres database. From there, OpenStreetMap data is published in so-called planet dumps, which means that once a week, a new file is generated that contains all the OpenStreetMap data, a current version of it. And there are also diffs, so every minute, in addition to the weekly dumps, every minute a small diff file will be published that has all the changes since the last minute. And then there are basically processing and consumers. So there are services that use these planet dumps and these diffs to replicate OSM data in their own database and produce something from it, for example, map tiles, and we will hear about more about that later. This is a slide that will not be in the PDFs that you can download because of copyright reasons, but I had to include it anyway. This is a situation that I often encounter when in my business, in my day-to-day business life. I have customers coming saying, I need an OpenStreetMap server. And I say, well, what exactly do you want? Because obviously, the central OpenStreetMap server that is run by the OSM Foundation is focused on enabling people to edit the map, right? And this is mostly not what people want when they come and say, I need an OpenStreetMap server. Mostly what they want is they want to use the data in some form. And I want to discuss a couple of different things that you can do with OpenStreetMap, a couple of different ways in which you can use OpenStreetMap data for your own purposes. Many of you will be familiar with map servers. You will probably have had use cases where you had to integrate maps into your NEOS managed things, and there are a couple of plugins that allow you to do that, that allow you to abstract from the map providers, where you can just say, yeah, I need a map here and I want to display some dots on top of it, and then you can choose OpenStreetMap as one of the providers, or you can choose different providers. But this is only basically the user side. You have some library that loads these tiles. Someone has to create the tiles and make them available. And that happens through tile servers. Another thing that people often want to do with OpenStreetMap data is routing or directions. You basically have 2 points and you want to find the best route from A to B. There are various different open source routing programs that allow you to do that. Another thing that you will often need when you do something with maps is geocoding, because you simply want to search something. You want to have a map with a search box on top where you can type something in and then the map zooms to the right location. Or you want to geocode addresses, like you have like a customer database with hundreds of addresses, or an event database with event locations, and you want to show them on the map, so you need coordinates and not just addresses. This is what geocoding does. And of course, you can also query the open database, the OpenStreetMap database, in any number of ways to make detailed queries like give me all buildings that are in the vicinity of waterways or stuff like that. So complicated analysis for whatever reason. And finally, mobile apps. Of course, there's a huge market for mobile apps that find the best routes for you from A to B, or show a map of your current location. Those work with OpenStreetMap also, often by downloading the planet file and just splitting it up in different downloads for the customers. I want to go over these things in a little bit more detail. Let's start with a data model from OpenStreetMap. When you edit OpenStreetMap, you have to know a little bit about how this works in the backend. And I said initially we have like so and so many billion nodes. And a node in OpenStreetMap is actually a single point on the map that has coordinates. And if you look at the sort of, this for example is a bollard mapped in OpenStreetMap. So a small obstruction for people that they can't go in here with their cars. Typical node has an ID, has some information about what it is, has last modified date, and we also record who edited it last, and of course the coordinates. These are the so-called tags, and I have another slide about that later. Oh, I have another slide right away. Tags are formed from keys and values. So, for example, a road in OpenStreetMap would have a highway tag that says, okay, this is a residential road. maybe a surface tag, or maybe if it's a building, it would have information about the roof shape, or if it's an amenity, it would have information about what kind of shop it is, or it would have a name, streets again have a name, or reference numbers, width, heights, whatever. So there are like 30,000 different keys in OpenStreetMap. Not all of them make sense, because you can just create new keys. You don't have to ask for anyone to vet them or allow them. People can map what they want. Ways are linear geometries in OpenStreetMap. So like for example, this road here, it will consist of a number of nodes that will be referenced by IDs, and it will also have a couple of tags and stuff. And then we have more complex things called relations. Relations are used if you want to combine lots of ways into, say, a route for a bicycle trip or for a bus route or something like that. And we also use relations to model more complex things like turn restrictions. For example, are you allowed to make a right turn or left turn at a certain intersection? We also use them for complex polygons. A simple polygon would simply be a way that is closed, but a polygon that has a hole, or a real multi-polygon that consists of several bits would be modeled as a relation. But that's just, I just wanted to give you a quick overview about this. You don't normally have to know, because the editors will abstract this data model from you, and you basically, if you work with one of the editors, you will just say, okay, I would like to record a restaurant here, and then the editor already has presets and leads you through the process and says, please fill out these fields, and then something will be uploaded. And when you want to use OpenStreetMap data, you don't have to bother with the data model either. You can load it into a PostGIS database with a free software called OSM2PGSQL, and that gives you a nicely sorted tables in Postgres that you can then query and work with with standard SQL commands. You can also get shapefiles, which is a common format in the GIS world. If you run a GIS software like QGIS or Esri's ArcGIS or something, it can directly load shapefiles, and you can download shapefiles for different regions from download.geofabric.de. They are prepared freshly every day from current OpenStreetMap data. And of course, you can just grab some piece of software that uses OpenStreetMap data and run that. And now comes the point where I will go into details about the different pieces of software and the different processing things that you can do with OpenStreetMap. And the first is map tiles. As I said, many of you will be familiar with map tiles because you can't load the whole planet into your browser at once. You have to split it up in little squares, little rectangles, and then the browser will load the individual bits that it needs to display the map. For those of you with a cartography background, the map, the Earth is a sphere, so anything you record in latitude and longitude is something that you would have to draw on a sphere to make it work. And if you don't have a sphere but a flat screen, you have to use something that's called a map projection that tells you how can I just translate these things into pixel coordinates. And most map tiles use a projection that has been invented by Google, and it's called EPSG 3857. All map projections have these codes. It is possible to create map tiles in different projections, but not common. Map tiles also have fixed zoom levels, starting at 0. On zoom level 0, the whole planet is in one tile, and then it goes up from there. So basically, a zoom level is a bit like a map scale. When you say, I have a 1 to 10,000 map, that roughly corresponds to a certain zoom level. Map tiles, as I said, allow the client to load only the bits of the map that it wants. And there are two major technologies in map tiles, raster tiles and vector tiles. You might have heard of these. or you might have just used them without knowing what you were using. And I will go into a little bit of detail about this in a minute. Here's an overview that shows the different zoom levels. So on zoom level 0, one map tile contains the whole world. And then as you progress down this pyramid, every time you increase the zoom level, you double the number of tiles on each axis. So the total number of tiles is 4 to the power of zoom level. So 4 tiles to cover the whole world on zoom level 1, 16 tiles to cover the whole world on zoom level 2, 1 million tiles roughly to cover the world on zoom level 10, and so on. I sometimes have people coming to me at my day-to-day job saying, I want, can you produce the whole world, tiles for the whole world for me, zoom levels 0 to 18? And I say, well, yes, but you will need something like 60 terabytes of disk for that, and it'll take 2 months to produce the tiles because it's a huge load of tiles. Raster tiles. Raster tiles are rendered on the server. So the client says, I want to download this map tile, and then the server is responsible for making a small PNG image that contains this part of the map. And in your client, you will often use a library called OpenLayers or Leaflet to display those tiles. The tiles are typically PNG images with 256 by 256 pixels. They don't have to be. You can also have like JPEG or WebM or something. And you can also have larger resolution PNG tiles, but this is the standard. And raster tiles will be produced on zoom levels 0 to 18 or even more. If you go to OpenStreetMap.org, that will serve tiles up to zoom level 19. Zoom level 19 is already pretty high, so on zoom level 19, basically, one tile is one building. But you could, in theory, have even higher zoom levels. If you want, as I said before, if you want a raster tile server to have worldwide coverage, then it needs to be built in a way that it produces the tiles on demand, because you cannot create zoom levels 0 to 18 for the whole planet. It's just too much, takes too long. It's not feasible. So what you will typically do is you will set up a tile server that is able to create these tiles on demand, and then you can pre-render some of the, say, zoom levels 0 to 12 so that you have faster responses. And then if someone zooms in to a location that hasn't been looked at by anyone before, the server will then produce that tile on demand and deliver it to the client from the Postgres database that it has with all the OpenStreetMap data in it. That's how raster tile servers work. It is possible to pre-compute tiles for a whole region and have them available as static content on a server, but that only works for small regions. Like if I am the city of Cologne and I want to have a map covering the area of my city, I can do that. I can pre-compute the tiles on zoom levels 0 to 18 on my and put them as static content, static PNG files on my server. But if I want to do the same for all of Germany, it's already difficult, and for the whole world, it just doesn't work. Here's an overview about how the raster tile world works. You have a client. The client is a website with a map in it, and the map requests raster tiles from a raster tile server. And the raster tile server is basically will have a disk cache, and it will try to serve those requests from its disk cache. And if the tiles are not there already, it will request them from the raster tile generator and say, please quickly build me a raster tile for this zoom level at this location. And the raster tile generator will then do that based on its Postgres database, which has been loaded with OSM data, and based on the map style that has been programmed, because obviously you can have different maps that look differently. And this will all be done on the server, and the client just downloads the ready-made PNG files. this is the typical tool chain for raster tile, and this will usually be one server. So you basically, there's excellent instructions on how to set this up on a website called switch2osm.org, and tells you everything you need to know to set up a raster tile server like this yourself. Obviously, you can also buy this as a service from companies like ours, but it's totally possible to just set this up yourself with entirely open source software. Vector tiles. Vector tiles is the hot new shit. Everyone wants vector tiles because they are cool somehow. It's not everyone is exactly clear about how and why they are cool, but you know, it's the new thing that you want to have. The main difference between vector tiles and raster tiles is that vector tiles are rendered on the client. So the client, meaning either the website or your mobile phone, actually translates the geodata into a map, which means that with vector tiles you can do stuff like you don't necessarily have to have north up. You can basically rotate the map, or you can maybe switch the color scheme to a dark color scheme or something on your device without having to involve the server. Whereas with raster tiles, the server would have to serve different tiles. Typically, you do not use open layers or leaflet, although you could. Most people who do something with vector tiles use a client-side library called MapLibre GL. And vector tiles take the format of MVT. Mapbox vector tiles is basically that's what this stands for. Although the term MVT tile doesn't, the term MVT also only says something about the transport format. It's basically like when someone says to you, I will send you an Excel sheet with this information. They say something about the transport format, but they don't say which columns will the Excel sheet have and which rows and how will data be organized in that Excel sheet. That it doesn't say that. So you need the extra information about what data schema will you be using inside your vector tile, and there are various schemas currently available. They basically define which layers of information will there be, how much information about certain OSM objects will be in the file, and so on. Vector tiles are typically only produced for zoom levels 0 to 14 and not higher than that. If you zoom in higher, the client will simply take the data that is in the zoom level 14 tile and overzoom. Because it's vector tiles, the resolution will not suffer. If you were to do this with raster tiles and then you overzoom something that is made for zoom level 14, it'll just all get pixely and not look very well, whereas with vector tiles you can do that easily. Vector tiles can easily be pre-generated worldwide. So because they are only zoom levels 0 to 14, so that is something that you can run. You can run a command that produces all these tiles, and it takes, on a fast machine, it takes 2 or 3 hours to produce all of the vector tiles for the whole planet. And the resulting data volume is about 100 gigs, so it'll still fit on a USB stick or something. When you produce vector tiles, it's basically the same image that I had before. You have a client here, for example, the MapLibre library, and you also have a map style, but the map style in this scenario is not consumed by the vector tile generator. Instead, the map style is consumed by the client. So the vector tile generator uses OSM data and a data schema to produce vector tiles, make them available on a server to download for the client, and the client will then download these vector tiles and then use the map style to decide how to render the map. It is important to know whether raster tiles or vector tiles, you can make your own map. There are, of course, various companies and open source projects that offer some kind of ready-made map tiles that you can download with OpenStreetMap, made from OpenStreetMap data. But you can make your own stuff. You can make a map specifically for cycling, or that specifically shows infrastructure data or public transport data, whatever you want. you can make a map that shows all the labels in a different language, because OpenStreetMap usually records place names, at least for the larger places, in a variety of languages. And there are people who have basically made a Welsh map for all of the UK, where all the place names are in Welsh, or whatever. You can have different map styling. For example, if you make a website for a customer who is very much into corporate identity and wants their own color scheme reflected in the map, you can do that with raster tiles or vector tiles, both possible by modifying the map style. So you're not dependent on the map styles that are out there. You can make your own stuff with OpenStreetMap. More geocoding. As I said before, geocoding, forward geocoding means finding a location for an address or a search term. Reverse geocoding means find the address for a given location. Sometimes you need one, sometimes you need the other. In OpenStreetMap, there are the most common software that most people use is called Nominatim, or you can also use other products called Photon or Pelias. All three of them are open source software, so you can download this. You can run it yourself if you are concerned about data protection, because other than tiles, with tiles, if you have a tile server, the only information that flows to the tile server is basically which tile do you want, right? This IP number has requested this tile at a certain time. There are people for whom privacy is so important that they don't even want that. For example, a customer of mine is a police institution, and they don't want anyone to know which map they're looking at. But mostly it's not so privacy relevant. With geocoding, it's slightly different, because people search for full addresses, or they might even put in more information, like a certain name of a doctor or something, and you can derive more information about the person who searches something from log files. So if you want to run your own Nominatim server for privacy reasons, go for it. It's no problem. It's all open source. There are a couple of weaknesses in OpenStreetMap at the moment recording geocoding, and that is mostly postal codes and house numbers. In Germany, both are relatively good. We have all postcodes, and we have, I'd say, 60% of house numbers. But there are countries in which we only have 5 or 10% of house numbers. We generally have all the streets, but knowing where exactly a certain house number is doesn't work in all countries with OpenStreetMap, simply because the data isn't there yet. And also, postcodes are difficult. People who are, or developers from Germany, often assume that postcodes work the same all over the world, like they work in Germany. Or I simply I enter a postcode and I know approximately where that person, where that location is. But it doesn't work that way in many other countries. The English have postcodes that are much, much smaller. They just encompass a couple of dozen households. Or the new postcode system in Ireland is completely, it doesn't have contiguous regions for postcodes. It's basically you have one postcode here and another postcode. The house next to it has a completely different postcode. So it's not easy. So much for geocoding. Routing and directions. Routing software finds the shortest, fastest, best route for a given vehicle type or for pedestrians. This all depends on the profiles that you enable in the routing software. It can also do stuff that's called track matching, where if you have a GPX track from a trip that you have taken, and now you want to know what are the names of the streets that I have been walking along, basically you want to find out, okay, which elements in the OSM data are matched, are the best match for this GPX track. This is something that routing engines can do for you. They can also compute isochrones, meaning you can enter a location and a time. You can say, okay, from this location, which area is reachable in 10 minutes or 20 minutes or something. This is something that people often do when they need to plan for, where am I going to open the next branch of my bakery or something? I want to see who is in a 5-minute radius, who is in a 10-minute radius. And you can do stuff like route optimization. Route optimization is stuff like traveling salesman problem, where you say, okay, I want to visit these 100 locations. What order should I visit them in order to be to do it in an optimal way? The weaknesses of OpenStreetMap in the routing and directions department are mappers, volunteers in OpenStreetMap. They tend to record the stuff that is important for them, stuff that they see, and stuff that immediately is reflected on the map. So if they see a road that is still missing, they say, yeah, I found a road that wasn't on OpenStreetMap yet. Let me just put it in. And it'll show up on the map immediately after. However, when there's a bridge and the bridge has a height restriction, it says, max 2.50 meters or something, this is not something that will even show up on the map normally. So people are slightly less enthusiastic about mapping that kind of detail. So it's sometimes missing from OpenStreetMap. Also, turn restrictions aren't so popular. So compared to commercial data, OpenStreetMap has some weaknesses in that department. Which software would you use for routing and directions? There's also a variety of open source products available. Most popular are OpenStreetMap, OSRM, open source routing machine, actually developed by a guy here at the Karlsruhe University, Grafhopper, and Valhalla. OSRM and Valhalla are C++ products. Grafhopper is Java. They all have their particular strengths and weaknesses, but they all do the job. There are also 2 open source programs called Vroom and JSprit. Those are your go-to tools for doing route optimization of any kind, like the traveling salesman problem, or various very complicated forms of that, where you would, you have a vehicle that needs to collect garbage from certain locations, but it can also only collect so and so much garbage before it has to return and drop it off, and so on and so on. So that's what these programs will do for you. All based on OpenStreetMap data, all working very well, being used by big courier companies like DHL and stuff. So properly tested. Other than tiles and also geocoding, it is very difficult to do incremental updating with routing engines. So when you have something like a worldwide routing graph in OSRM or Grafhopper, and now you want to load the new data from OpenStreetMap, you will usually have to create the whole thing again, instead of just applying a little change to it. That's a bit resource hungry, especially the fast algorithms. OSRM and Grafhopper support something called contraction hierarchies, which is a very modern routing algorithm for quickly finding routes between 2 points, and those consume a lot of memory. Building a worldwide OpenStreetMap routing graph with OSRM takes 400 gigabytes of RAM. It doesn't take that much to run it later on, but you need that much to prepare the routing graph. And there's often a problem for people using all those modern cloud-based thingies where, let's just fire up a node that does this with our Kubernetes thingy, whatever, something. It's all magically in the cloud and all works. And then you say, yeah, but can you fire up a node that has 400 gigabytes of RAM? Oh, shit. Yeah, we don't know. So, depends. Database queries. Sometimes all of these standard things are not enough. Sometimes you want to query OSM data in a very, very specific way. As I said before, you want to find buildings that are next to waterways, or you want to identify areas which have lots of private swimming pools, whatever. There's lots of stuff that you can do once you have OpenStreetMap data in a database. And if you have any kind of use case like that, I would always recommend to import OpenStreetMap data into a PostGIS database. That gives you the best performance. However, there's also something called the Overpass API, which is a public API that you can use, and it has a custom query language where you can do stuff, where you can do some general purpose OSM querying. And it also has a WYSIWYG tool called Overpass Turbo, where you can enter stuff and see the results directly in the window. For example, give me all shops within a certain distance of a location. That's what you would do when you have custom database queries with OpenStreetMap. Having said all this, if you use OpenStreetMap in any way, please always make sure that you put proper OpenStreetMap attribution, because OpenStreetMap data is free. You don't have to pay anyone to use it. You can run your own servers with your own hardware, with open source software. But the only thing that the many OpenStreetMap volunteers who contribute to the project ask of you is to attribute them properly. So put something underneath your map that says map data, OpenStreetMap, and usually we also put the shorthand for the license, so that anyone who uses your map or your product or your website knows that you've been building this with OpenStreetMap, and that they can actually download the data and do something with it, or maybe that they contribute to OpenStreetMap. And I saw that some of you did that already. So very happy if people who use OpenStreetMap also contribute to the project and edit the data. Also, if you want to support the OpenStreetMap Foundation, there's the supporting.osmfoundation.org website, where you can become a corporate member of the OpenStreetMap Foundation and pay something or other per year. I think the smallest, their supporter, bronze, silver, and so on. You can help the OpenStreetMap Foundation support the project. That was my talk. But I have left some room, have left ample room for you to ask questions. And I hope that some of you have already been playing with OpenStreetMap, and they may have some questions that I might be able to discuss with you. So.
Thank you, Frederik. And yes, they have some questions. One of them you already answered in your talk. It was about why are tiles usually rendered as pixel image and not as vector formats like SVG. Or if you have anything to add, you could.
Yes, of course, I can. Lots. Obviously, using raster tiles is the easiest for the client. So if you remember that the whole thing started about 20 years ago, if you have a client that is not as powerful, displaying raster tiles is always the cheapest and easiest for the client in terms of CPU resources needed on the client. And also the whole SVG or something, there was a time when people experimented with that, but that was then quickly overtaken by by today's vector tiles, where you don't actually have graphics in the vector tiles anymore, but just the geodata. And the geodata is then rendered in the front end, which then gives you all the additional advantages of being able to switch the map style in the front end, or like rotate the map and stuff like that. But it's basically just when the stuff was invented, you couldn't count on devices being powerful enough to do anything with vector graphics.
So thank you for that. Where do commercial map providers get turn height restrictions data from? Would these also be viable sources for OSM?
No, because they are copyrighted. There are basically three major, if we talk about worldwide data sets, there are three major worldwide data sets other than OpenStreetMap for map data, and that's the TeleAtlas TomTom data set, and then the Nokia Navtec data set that has been bought by a conglomerate of German automobile companies, and the Google data set. Google doesn't sell their data, and the others have created the others do sell their data, but under strict licensing terms where you actually have to say, okay, what exactly do you want? And then you pay a very high monthly or yearly fee, and you can't just sort of load the data into OpenStreetMap. And these people have actually created the data by having people drive around and film everything. What usually happens is you will have people in Germany driving around in a car recording everything on hard disks being shipped to India, where they are then processed by people in sweatshops, and people actually look at all the signs on the maps and or signs on the videos, and then they record the stuff. Nowadays, people are experimenting with doing that automatically with AI image recognition, but that's not safe enough for them yet to actually produce that.
So I have a good follow-up question for that. Most website plugins directly access the OSM tile server. Where does its fair use policy end? Enterprise access, number of calls, etc.
There is actually a website that is called Tile Usage Policy. I don't have a link to that in my talk, but if you Google for OSM Tile Usage Policy, you will find an exact answer to that, although the answer isn't that exact in terms of you are allowed to make so-and-so many tile requests. It has something like moderate use is okay, and then you can decide whatever moderate use is. There's an important thing, especially in light of recent vandalism. There's an important thing to say about using OpenStreetMap tiles directly. OpenStreetMap tiles are mainly aimed at use within the project. So when someone uploads something to OpenStreetMap, the infrastructure tries to put that on the map tiles as quickly as possible. And if someone creates vandalism, and we had an incident recently where someone basically smeared another mapper by putting roads basically across the continent, saying so-and-so is an asshole, and there is no automatic protection against stuff like that in OpenStreetMap, so it will show up on the tiles. It will then be quickly noticed and repaired, and it will go away again. But if you have your own tile server or a tile server from someone else who doesn't immediately put all changes up on OSM, but maybe with a short delay, then you are safer against a vandalism like that. So depending on your use case, there are various reasons why it is good to have your own tile server or to pay someone to load the tiles from. First, you get an email address or a telephone number where you can complain when it doesn't work, and with a free service you can't really complain. Well, you can, but it's a bit of, it's not nice. Second, you don't put load on the donation-funded infrastructure from OSM. And third, you might have a little more protection against vandalism. Having said that, commercial use of the OpenStreetMap tiles is expressly not forbidden. So especially if you run a small project where it's like a website for a small organization or something that has a couple thousand views in a day, no one really cares.
Thank you. I have a last question for you. What are current trends in the OSM universe? What is next on the roadmap?
That's a standard question. Yeah. So OpenStreetMap has become huge, and there are so many different things going on. On the one hand, you have people doing more and more detailed mapping, like indoor mapping, where you can actually, for example, railway station in Berlin, big thing with many floors, many different shops, and you can actually now in OSM see all the different floors and all the different things and the different elevators and so on and so on. So people are doing more of that together with 3D mapping also. There are some cities in which 3D mapping is so well done that you can actually have 3D views of the city. That's one area. Another area is obviously AI, and we have lots of people experimenting with automatically consuming aerial imagery in order to produce data for OpenStreetMap. Many people in the OSM community are skeptical of that because it tends to produce low quality data that people then have to clean up afterwards. And cleaning up afterwards is much less fun than just creating the good data right away. So someone who basically dumps a lot of AI created data into an area might turn away other people who might have been willing to spend more time to do it properly. So the whole AI thing is complicated. And then there's another complicated thing in OSM, and that is mapping in underprivileged regions. It's been going on for a long time. For a long time there has been humanitarian mapping groups in OpenStreetMap. But there's a conceptual problem here, and that is OpenStreetMap started in Europe as a project for hobby mappers. People who had spare time on their hands, people who had the necessary GPS devices and stuff, and they would just map in their spare time. But there are regions on the world where people are so poor that they do not have any spare time because they have to spend all their time trying to get food on the table. They do not have devices that would allow them to map. They might not even have mobile phone coverage. So the question is always how do we get OSM? How can we help these people map OSM? It's a difficult issue that's being discussed a lot because it doesn't really help when we say, hey, you know, I'm in Germany and I have some spare time. Let me fire up a map of Sudan and just draw some things from aerial imagery because maybe I don't have any knowledge of the region and I don't really. Maybe I'm not helping. Maybe I'm just sort of, you know, making things worse. So yeah, those are three things that come to my mind off the top of my head. Another thing that we have lots of issues with recently is right-of-way, private property. So in general, we map everything in OpenStreetMap, all the paths, everything that we can see, and then someone comes along and says, but this is my private path, and now I have lots of hikers walking behind my house all the time. Can you please delete this from OSM? And then sometimes the request is well-founded, and then we will sometimes delete something, or more likely mark it as private. So it is still in OSM, and people can know that, okay, there is a path here, but I will only use it in emergency because it is private. But sometimes these requests are not well-founded, and they are just sort of, it is actually a public path, but someone would like hikers to take another path, so yeah.
Okay, so thank you for all your insights. And I think we have a speaker present.
Oh, a present, a present.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we finished on time.
Thank you very much, Frederik, for your presentation today. And
And next up will be Sebastian with his talk about how to write unmaintainable code in about 5-10 minutes. 5?
I can do that. I can do that.
So we get a guideline how to write this unmaintainable code. So let's be here in about 5 minutes again.
music, please.
I said, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall a mile when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
To my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and I play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the push comes too shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it.
Very nice. Thank you, Florian and Jan. Thank you very much for coming to the last talk of this year's NEOS conference. And as you've already seen on the schedule, Sebastian will show us some tricks of how to write unmaintainable code. And it's really funny for me that for other core team members are sitting first row to get some hints on how to improve NEOS and Flow even further for all our other community members interested in writing even more unmaintainable code, or less unmaintainable code, if we follow your advice, of reducing complexity. So, you know how it works with the NEOSCon app. Please submit your questions, rate the talk, because afterwards, in the conference closing, we will award the best speaker of this year's NEOS conference. So please welcome on stage Sebastian Kurfürst.
So hi everybody. So how do we actually write unmaintainable code? Well, we can ask AI. I didn't. I'm an old school person, but I Googled, well, how do I write unmaintainable code? And the first hit is actually pretty good. It's from Roddy Green. It's a text, a really long blog post or long article a long time ago written. You see that from the serif font. I'm not sure if CSS was invented back then. Ensure a job for life. And it starts with naming. And it says, much of the skill in writing unmaintainable code is the art of naming variables and methods. They don't matter at all to the compiler. That gives you huge latitude to use them to befuddle the maintenance programmer. And they have some nice ideas like new uses for names for babies, buy a copy of a baby naming book and you'll never be at a loss for variable names. Fred is a wonderful name and easy to type. And if you're looking for an easy-to-type variable name, try ASDF or ADSF and AOEU with a DSK keyword. And it goes on. Accented letters. And actually in PHP, you know, UTF-8 support is supported in, I don't know, PHP 5 or something. So you can type your variable I or I acute if you like. I'm not sure if I've actually once worked with a French or a source code written in French that was really difficult for me as a non-French speaker. And it's really hard to distinguish. And the general advice is just use misleading names. You know, make sure that every method does a little bit more or less than the name suggests. So for an example, if a method which is named isValid should as a side effect also convert the number and store it in a database. And the problem is, I have already done that. You know, if you think closely, actually, we've all been guilty to that. You know, there's a method which is pure and clean and nice, and then the method does almost the right thing, and we just do this little tweak. You know, we just do this little call store to database, or this little send an email, or this little trick which changes state from some other object. That's the way. I've certainly done that quite a lot. Okay, so that was the Googling approach. So how can we write bad code? Actually, the article is really, really long. It's a really good read. I can very, very much recommend it. It has like 150 tricks on its sleeve and lots of things. It's really just the tip of the iceberg I've seen here. Okay, we can also ask us the inverse question, of course. How can we actually write good code? I mean, you know, unmaintainable code is the one thing, but we can also, in science, we can also ask us the other question and reverse the answer. So, how do we write good code? What actually is good code? And there are some things we can pretty easily agree on. So code must be very readable, reusable, consistent, whatever this means. But yeah, that's things I would say most of you would agree, right? Yeah? No? Okay, some. But then there are some things which are more debatable. For instance, we are all, or most of us are German speaking. Should we use an English or a German domain language? And I would say that is hard to decide, and it depends very much. And both sides have their pros and cons. Or let's take comments. Some say, we don't need any comments. Some say, we want lots of comments. Some say the code should be self-documenting, you know, and this is like different philosophies. Some say dry, some say yakni, some say gin tonic, I don't know. So that's like, it's not easy to define what actually is good code. But if you start thinking about this consciously, you are actually doing architecture. So you're on the way of doing architecture, and that's a good thing. And I'd like to take you on a journey how I started thinking about coding and I started thinking about architecture. And my personal journey started just around the year 2000. And just remember, that was the time where a really small band, a really unknown British band named Coldplay released their first album. Or in 2001, there was a really new device from Apple. It looked like this, the first iPod. And in 2001, the first Harry Potter film came out. And then another nice thing, in 2004, Facebook went online. And so this guy went online, and here you have this nice screenshots how Facebook looked like in the first version. And I remembered, you know, these layouts built with tables, and CSS was not really working, and these nice button shades from the browser. Oh, I almost forgot about the nice red banner on the left side. Yeah, beautiful, right? This nice icon with this, whatever this means. So, and this weird guy, which somehow is still around. So, and I personally can remember the Sylvester of the year 1999. I was 11 years old back then, and I was at a very unusual location for the Sylvester party, because do you remember the year 2000? And do you remember the year 2000 problem? Actually, my mother has been working and is still working at a chip manufacturer in Dresden at Infineon. And she was responsible and is responsible for the manufacturing execution system there. And they had a lot of preparations, and they were very anxious about the year 2000 because they had no clue what would actually happen at this time. And so this is actually what were topics at our dinner table back then. I had no clue what it meant, but you know, that's what I heard about it. And so I was actually at the parking lot at Infineon at the New Year's Eve with my dad. My mother was working, and it turned out we were watching the fireworks overdressed. And it turned out nothing happened. It all worked out because it was prepared for. You know, they put a lot of effort in there and all these things. I myself personally, I was at the level, I was programming some basic in MS-DOS with this blue screen where you could beep the sound speaker of the, and I was programming alle meine Engine. Yeah, it worked. It was so cool. I was getting it working. Of course, I didn't think about architecture back then or anything like that, but I wanted to get things working. And I know by looking at people who learn programming, which I'm very fortunate to do with our people, which we help in this process, at our students at Sandstorm, I can follow this program along how people learn programming, and everybody is first trying to make it work, right? And trying to understand everything. And some years later, in 2005, I was 17, and I was becoming a Typo 3 developer, and I was still focused on making it work. And I wanted to make sure all the edge cases were covered, and I didn't think about any architecture. And the Typo 3 system has grown, like most open source software at the time, by the way. And we as a team saw that Typo 3 was used all over the place in lots of cases where it was not intended to be. So we started with the Flow framework from scratch, and suddenly we had a blank sheet of paper and we had to think about a lot of architecture decisions. And my personal influence back then were two main ingredients. The first one, you might know this one actually, it's an off by one arrow, by the way, so that's the 0th ingredient, Robert, because he figured out which books to read and which concepts to take. And he came up with these two books, and among some more. And the first one, Patterns of Enterprise Application Architecture by Martin Fowler. Who knows that book? Oh, most some. So that was released in 2002, and it was basically so it's still very, very readable and very relevant, even though it's 22 years old. And I think that is incredible. I mean, imagine that they have written that 22 years ago, and still lots of content is very relevant. What is in there? It's basically a collection of patterns for solving large-scale application design and framework design problems. So that means it's basically a Lego system of building a framework, and this is all in this book in many things. And they explain there are different ways of doing object wiring and persistence and database transactions and all the things you might need. It's basically a how-to guide how to create a framework. And the second book, Domain-Driven Design, Tackling Complexity in the Heart of Software by Eric Evans. Who knows that book? Yeah, okay, a few. That is basically not focusing on the technical side, but it focuses on how can we solve or how can we transform the problem domain of the customer into code. And it gives us certain tools to do that. And this is also very, very relevant still. I actually read it like 1 year ago again, and it was like still, I discovered so many new things. So that is also what I can very much recommend. And so just to give you back in time, so these books were just released, we were reading them, just go back in your own time. And then there was this thing called Eclipse. You remember? And Eclipse was so cool because it was open source, and it was by IBM and all the big players, and they had this thing called OSGI. I don't know what it means, but it's basically the object model of Eclipse. And I was starting my studies, and OSGI was the hot new awesome thing, and there's this tutorial, getting started with OSGI, 45-minute read, I have no clue, like it's like 40 pages, and at the end you have a calculator running. Come on. That can't be the right thing to solve that. I'm sure this solves a lot of problems which the designer thought about, but not the problems I would like to have, actually. And Spring came out back then, and that was also interesting because Spring tried to solve this in a very smaller way and easier way, and this is where we got a lot of inspiration back then. And my personal goals back then, 15 years ago, were three things: less lines of code, self-documenting code, and we would like to work with objects, so not imperatively anymore, but object-oriented, whatever that means. So what we did is we created a framework, and we created a templating engine, and we created a property mapper and an MVC framework. And do you remember Fluid? Yeah, some? And there in Fluid, there's this magic where you can put in some objects, and you map the objects with the forms, and there's a lot of magic going on behind the scenes, if you remember. So if there's a typing error because of a validation error in the post, the form is re-rendered, and so there's a lot of things going on to make sure you get validated forms. And that was magic. I was so happy when we solved this problem. And it was revolutionary back then because nobody else did that. So actually we solved our goals back then. But still, it turned out in the process, I personally created a lot of bad code. And the worst one is certainly the property mapper. The property mapper is the component which takes the array structure coming from the HTTP request and creating an object out of that, which is then passed to the controller in the MVC framework. And it actually documents that as well. The property mapper transforms these simple types to objects or other simple types. It is used most prominently to map incoming HTTP requests to objects. And it will turn out that this most prominently will become a problem in the next 2 slides. Because then we had this concept called type converters, and there's a thing called the persistent object converter. The first 2 lines are still okay. If this is a string, it's a UUID, okay, we fetch it. If it's an array, we do some things. And then it starts getting crazy because you have to have some configuration options, and depending on where you and so on. So it starts to become complex, as you see from the documentation, and you don't need to read it, and I always have to look it up. It's pain. And then if you go some further, actually, there is an array converter, and it's like, huh? Why do we need that? I mean, you know, array is an input format. Why do we convert to an array, actually? And then you read that. If the source is an array, it's returned unchanged. Okay. If the source is a string, it is converted depending on the format. If it's CSV, the CSV, you can configure the delimiter, and then you can basically pass a CSV through the array converter. Why? Why do we need to do that? Why, actually? And the thing is, nobody created that with bad intentions. Remember, you know, it's basically created because, oh, actually, the property mapper is pretty much what I need. I just need it in the other direction, but it's pretty much the same thing. You know, we'll just take it. And it gets even more crazy. So, for instance, there's a persistent object serializer in there, which is also a type converter, which takes a persistent object and converts it back, because we had the glorious idea to use that in the old Ember-based Neos UI back then, because it was almost what we needed. But, I mean, you know, in German there's the Spruch, knapp daneben ist auch vorbei. That is exactly the problem. This is exactly what is going wrong, and that led to lots and lots and lots of complexity. And there are some benefits still to that. I don't want to say this was all bad, you know, because we prevented lots of security issues by that, SQL injection, CSRF, and so on. This was all built in, and this was also revolutionary. It took a long time until the other frameworks took that as a standard. But it had also some drawbacks, and the biggest drawback was the magic. It was difficult to follow what was actually going on if you didn't write it. So for me, it was pretty okay, I have to say. But I would say for everybody else, it was pain. And it was pain for me as well if I wasn't fully woken up, and you know, and if I didn't sleep enough, it was pain. And if I had to do it in the evening, it was pain. So it was also pain for me. And then it was extensible, but not extensible. So that means it was only extensible at certain points if you really knew the intricacies of the system, and it was really hard to work with. So, but still we reached our goals. Remember, as little lines as possible of code. This is what our goal was, and this was the vehicle to get there. So it turns out, actually, the goal is probably the problem. So right now, my goals would rather be, instead of less lines of code, I would like to have explicit code. Instead of self-documenting code, I would like to have documented code. Just imagine if code has documentation. Instead of working with objects, I would like to have immutable and functional patterns. And we'll get to a bit what this all means now in the next part of the talk. So let's look at some elements of maintainable code, actually. And just remember, that's just above the surface of the iceberg. That's basically the part I can now talk and reflect about, but I'm sure there's a lot of things below the water surface. So things I'm not sure about, what I'm doing unconsciously in everybody of us, you know? But by putting it together, we can learn from each other, and that's the nice thing. So I would personally say some key roles. So the first thing is basically compact code is good, but explicit is better than compact. So if it gets a little longer, but it is more explicit, that's good. And clear is a lot better than magic. So I would like to avoid these things like property mapper things. You just create a class somewhere, put some annotation on it. Spring is hell like that. You know, in Spring it's the case, you just put some class somewhere, annotate it in some way, the framework will somehow find it, and then configure some other object at the other part of the system somehow differently, and if you are lucky, it works. But it makes sense, of course, the way they build it, you know, but it's just so implicit and so hard to follow. And I always ask myself a key question. What do I need myself to understand the code in 3 years from now or in 3 months from now? So the thing is, it's not something we do for others. It's something we do for ourselves, for our future selves, remember. And now come some guidelines, I think 8 or something, which I think, which I'm able to talk about. The first one is intrinsic similarity, which is really important for me. So that means code should be consistent to what is already there. The full thing should be coherent. You should not be able, if you open some code, you shouldn't be able to say, oh, actually, that's an early Robert Lemke, that's a late Bastian Weidelich, just by looking at the code and not looking at git blame. That would be bad, because that means the code is so individually written that it's not coherent at all, you know? And this is an example on the left, is an example of the new content repository, and you see there is an intrinsic structure which is reappearing again and again just from the folder structure. And so you have like the different feature sets, and every feature has, or most features have commands, everything has events, some have exceptions, some have DTOs, and all have some kind of handler to handle it. Yeah, and there are some inconsistent names in there, of course, that's true. The thing is, if you do that, you might ask, well, if the rule is new code should be written the way old code was, how can we ever innovate? I mean, you know, because if the old code is bad and we created the way it is like old code, that's not the full part of the equation. But still, it is important, and I think, to keep that in mind as a baseline. Second, we need better ways to structure our code in detail, and I think immutability and pure functions are really, really good ideas there. So immutability is basically that the state in an object, once it is created, does not change. So you can roughly translate that with not having setters or any modification operations in your objects, right? And this looks totally trivial at first, but it has some really, really good benefits. That means that objects will never change, obviously. Objects will really never change. Really, no matter what you do, objects will not change. I'll get to what this means. They're easily comparable. It's easy to decide if it's the same object or not, because you can just compare all properties, because it's immutable. It's just everything in there. And because of that, it's easily composable. So that means it's like Lego bricks. These objects, if you have an immutable object and you want to wrap it in some bigger immutable object, the whole thing stays immutable. That looks trivial, but that's important because we want to build bigger and bigger systems out of Lego bricks and some functions to combine them. And if we do that on the state side, so on the data side of things, we can apply this idea of pure functions. Who knows what a pure function is? Quite some. Nice. So just to recap, it is a function without side effects. So that means it's a function in a mathematical sense where the output only depends on the input. That's the That's the determinism part, and it should not do anything else than just calculating the result. So that means the function has just one exit, and that is the result, what is returned from the function. There's no email, no database persistence, nothing, no file writing or reading. That is all not pure anymore. And if you are able to model your business logic as pure functions, you have the benefits that you can actually compose them very flexibly. So if you say we have some pure functions A, B, C, D, whatever they do, and now you would like to create a calculate label function which takes in a node and gives back the node label. If you know that A, B, C, D are pure, you can easily compose them, and you know exactly the result will be exactly the same as before, no matter how you call this thing. You can easily cache the results because it's deterministic. Same input, same output. Easy rules, easy to follow, but really, really powerful. You can easily create great things from that because you can compose these together to build processing pipelines. You can do one step, the other one you can fork. You can do all kind of things you would like to do because you know your data will not change under the hood, and you know you can just plug in together. And my personal recommendation is to learn some functional programming. And by that, I don't mean learning like from this classical Haskell or whatever books, which teach you about functors or stuff. I have no clue what a functor is, but these kind of like things from the book. But learn the basics like filter, map, and reduce with callbacks based on like in JavaScript or in PHP with callback functions. And the second thing is learn or try to apply divide and conquer. And what is divide and conquer? It means you have a big problem to solve. You are able to slice it into smaller problems. You're able to solve the smaller problems, and then you can compose the big result from that back again. So, you know, going down, solving the individual parts, going up again, solve the whole problem. And if you're able to do that on a conceptual level, this fits extremely well with immutability and pure functions, because then you can just use your Lego bricks you have created, and by solving your problems, you will get more and more and more Lego bricks, which will all perfectly match with each other, and there will be no gaps between them. You can always use that, and this is extremely powerful. Right, functional programming in a bit. The third one, libraries over frameworks. So what actually is the difference? Who has actually developed a framework here? I know there are some in the room. Yeah, a few ones. Yes. The idea of a framework is it basically tells you all about the world. It has a way of loading code, of loading configuration, of loading, booting the system, of wiring the objects together. There are a lot of responsibilities a framework is usually doing, and your code lives inside there. So that's the right one, on the thing on the right side. So your code lives on the places the framework has left out, basically. But the framework is the wrapping thing. The framework is the thing which is booted as the first step. And a library, on the other hand, is the other way around. It's basically you have your code, and then you shell out to a library for certain functions, for logging, for instance, for emailing, or these kind of things. And frameworks are very good and important for these things like wiring, configuration, dependency injection, but they are not good for business logic because they have inherently, they lead to extremely highly coupled code. On the other hand, libraries are really bad for wiring, like configuration, dependency injection, these kind of things, but libraries are really good at reusable, composable building blocks, algorithms, email sending logic, a content repository. You know, these are all building blocks you can use in your applications, and you can mix and match these two things. And in my opinion, the framework world is pretty much, you know, it's pretty clear what we expect today from a good framework. So I don't think that there will be so much innovation in there. There it's more about stability, performance, environment support, these kind of things. But innovation actually happens in libraries, which is good because this is where we can really plug and play together, and this is why the new content repository actually is a library and not a framework. Okay, so libraries over frameworks. Then the fourth one, tests and end-to-end tests. Who is actually writing tests on a daily basis? Yes, daily basis, weekly basis. Yearly basis. Once a year at, I don't know. Okay, so I totally understand you. In fact, it was the question I was most excited about, what the results would be. I was really interested in that. So, in fact, we at Sandstorm tried really, really hard to establish a culture for writing tests, and it took us quite some effort. So the first year we horribly failed. So everybody agreed, yeah, tests are really important. Yes, we need to do it. Yeah, but the budget is so small. No, tests, no. You know, that's the way it is. But the thing is, what we then did is we then switched the default. We were always telling, yes, please write tests. Yes, tests are the default, and you have to say why you cannot write tests. So we switched that around, and it was quite some work at the beginning, but now we are at a state where every project is by default tested, and for instance, the Ökokiste project, which Leo has demonstrated as the first talk here, it has end-to-end tests which actually use the shop and test certain things and say that the rendering works and that the importers work. And of course, writing the first test is really slow and clumsy. You know, writing the first test is always like, oh yeah, I have a blank sheet of paper, how do I get started? What do I all need? Or it's also complicated, do I really need to do it? I would like to program some code. No, it's a very stressful and painful period, obviously. But when you have the first one, creating the second one is a lot easier. Creating the third one is even easier, and so on. And at some point you end up at, 16,000 lines of test code like Bernhard for the new content repository for moving nodes, which is really impressive, I think. And the thing is, tests really, really pay off really, really quickly. If you do it right, which means as little mocks as possible. If you want to know more, then rewatch Sebastian Bergmann's talk on that. But try just to fake external APIs, but then try to use the system as it is. And this becomes a lot easier if you use the approaches from before. Remember, immutability, pure functions, libraries over frameworks. Then this all fits together, and it makes testing a lot easier. Now we are moving somehow up the stack, reducing complexity. Complexity, it's such a difficult word, right? Everybody would agree on this term, right? But what actually is complexity? Sorry? Too complex. Yeah, what is complex? Yeah.
That's a complex question.
That's like, come on, you can do better than that. That's a complex question. I won't take that one. Yeah, it's difficult to answer, right? Luckily, there's the last book I will show here, A Philosophy of Software Design by John Osterhout. Who does know that one? A few ones. Okay. So that's actually it's much more recent. He's I think a professor at some university from the Netherlands or so, and it's actually a pretty small book. So it's like, I don't know, like 150 pages or so. It's really readable, extremely recommended. That was one of the books. This book changed my life, I can really tell you. And what they say is basically saying complexity means all parts making it difficult to understand software or to change it. So that are the two aspects of it. Understanding or changing. Everything which makes that harder is complexity. And the good thing is, this book goes on and it also finds root causes of complexity. And the good news is there are only two root causes of complexity, according to the book, which is dependencies and obscurity. So dependencies is how big is the pile you depend on. So remember the dependency graph from Robert from the keynote, for instance, from what we depend on. That is one part. And obscurity, the other thing. Obscurity means how easy or hard is it to understand this code? And remember the property mapper back then, just a few slides ago, there was this nice sentence saying, yeah, it's mostly used for HTTP to object mapping, mostly. Yeah, this had this loophole, obscurity, there it is, in its pure form. And the book goes on, so we can tackle both. We can reduce dependencies or we can reduce obscurity. And this is actually what we would like to do now in the next part, in the last part of the talk. And the book has one interesting concept which really clicked for me, which is the concept of deep or shallow modules. What is that actually? A module can be anything from a function, can be a function, a class, a package, a related part of functionality. So everything where you can draw a box around basically and say this is and give it a name, some specific thing for a specific feature. It can be even a full application. And what they say is there can be deep modules, which mean you have a small interface and a big implementation. Best example is stuff like image recognition. You put in an image and you get back, this is a cat, you know? No clue however this found it out, but it's the totally easy output format, cat or dog. But what goes inside is really, 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 really complex, you know? But the interface is so small. You give it a binary data stream in form of an image, and there's one output from that. However, this is done. This is the essence of information hiding. On the other hand, shallow modules have a big interface and a small implementation. Hello, microservices, usually. Badly cut microservices is exactly that. If you do microservices right, you will end up with the left part, but it's incredibly hard to do that up front because we never know where the boundaries actually are. And by using microservices, we actually make it harder to change our software because we have this system boundary all over the place. It's like basically having a maze of walls around us and then trying to go from one route to the other. It cannot work, actually. And what we would like to do is try to create deep modules, a small interface and a big implementation. And you can, as said, apply that on any function, method, and so on. So this part reduces complexity if you follow this rule. Now we have to solve the obscurity problem. That was the other part of the equation. So how can we do that? I would say we can do that if we really stringently document why. And there's a really good blog post by Antires. So that is the creator of the Redis cache system, which we use in Neos and in a lot of other systems, which is a really interesting and cool piece of software. And he has written a blog post 2003 days ago, writing system software, code comments. So it's also like 8 years old or something like that. It has 319,000 views. No, 319,000. Yeah, something like that. And it's also a long comment, but I think the essence is this one. He talks about different kinds of comments, focuses on design comments. And it says, the design comment basically states how and why a given piece of code uses a certain algorithm, techniques, tricks, and implementation. How and why. It's a higher level overview of what you see implemented in the code. With such a background, reading the code will be simpler. Moreover, I tend to trust more code when I can find design notes. At least I know that some kind of explicit design phase happened at some point during the development process. Really good, you know? Not just starting to code somehow and somehow ending up at the result, but thinking before coding. It sounds obvious, I know, but you know, I've so often started my IDE and I'm like, oh yeah, I know somehow what I'm doing. But if I try to write it down beforehand, it helps me so much, even if it's just a few bullet points somewhere. And what I actually try is, I don't say you need to document everything, not at all. I'm just saying give some context and explain why. And for me personally, how does this rule translate to code? My personal rule is every class needs a why comment, or it needs a link to a why comment. So the idea is with one click, you should find the why comment by one jump at most. And if you follow that rule, so you see, for instance, at the content repository class, it says, this is the main entry point to the system. Aha, important somehow, really important if you want to use that. What can you do with it? Where can you look for further details? And yeah, this is API, by the way. And the other one, node aggregate command handler, don't worry, it doesn't matter what it is, because it is internal. From user hand, you will use content repository handle to dispatch commands, and that is the link towards the place above, so we know exactly where we can actually find this kind of context. And if it's necessary, I'm personally a very visual type of person, so I think a lot in like graphics in front of my eye. So I really like to create some sketches or diagrams. I know this one is not up to date anymore, the new CR, but still it has served its purpose for the time. So because it helps me personally visualize and have a clear mental model in my mind. And if I remember, we want to write code where I can easily jump back again 3 years later, and this is the mental model I need for me personally to get back into the mood so I can actually fix a problem. And if you use macOS, there's a small little tool called MonoDraw. It costs like, I don't know, 10 euros or something. It's really cheap. One time I can recommend it. That's what I use to create these kind of drawings, or this Draw.io thing if it's like more complex things. But I try to do it inside the code if possible, because it's just less friction. So don't be shy of creating sketches and diagrams. It is way quicker than usually expected in the first run. And now comes the dreaded one. Writing concepts. Who is regularly writing concepts? Like text, longer text, more than a page? Yeah, a few people, okay. I immensely struggled with that for a long time, because I found it so hard to start. You know, a blank sheet of paper in front of you, and it's like staring at you. I personally find that totally horrible, and it's so hard for me to start and overcome that. But luckily, we found another book, an ebook, by the way, Shape Up, from Basecamp. It's an open book, so you can buy a print edition, but you can also just visit basecamp.com/shapeup or Google Shape Up. You will find it. This is a book explaining the project management method of Basecamp. And this is very specific to their company, so it's nothing you can, just take and apply one by one or anything. But it's interesting because it's pretty unconventional. It's very unconventional if you think about the classical Scrum-based, iteration-based thing. Because the problem is, do you know what I think the problem with Scrum is? Iterations are perfect, are really good. But there's one fundamental misconception, which is that most people think, oh, I do Scrum, I don't need any planning. Because I can always, every 2 weeks, I can change the direction again and again and again and again. And this is the way we create shitty software. If we just leave out the planning. It works great for that purpose. Yeah, if you want to create shitty software, exactly, that's true. Yeah, that's the way to create unmaintainable code. That's totally true. But it's not the creators of Scrum to blame, because I think for them it was totally obvious that of course you need to plan ahead. For them it was like, yeah, of course, please do. But we just explain to you how you can organize your work on a daily basis and give you tools for that. It is basically out of scope for Scrum to say something about concepts. But this was clear, or this became clear for me when reading that book, so that's how I can recommend it. And in the middle of this book, very, very much buried, there is a concept called a pitch. It doesn't really matter what this pitch is for, that's very specific to Basecamp, but it says there are these 5 ingredients we always want to include in a pitch. First, a problem statement. What do we actually want to solve? So that's not a new button on the website. Not at all. It's a customer problem. It's something which creates value for somebody. And we need to be able to express that, to write this down. If we cannot write this down, we have a totally different problem. We cannot start coding. Remember obscurity. Appetite, that's also interesting. It's not a question how long does it take, but how much do we want to spend on the problem if we look at the problem. So that means, should we actually do this stuff if it takes 2 months to create the button? No, I actually only want to invest 1 day of work. And then we can see if we can create a solution within these constraints. So what this does is actually it constrains your solution space. Because I always have the problem, some customers always ask me, how expensive is this and that? And I'm like, well, it depends, What do you want to do? And then we ask a lot of questions and so on. But I only want this web shop. I only want to sell some stuff on the internet. And and then this is where it starts. But by understanding the raw problem, we have 3 articles on the website, or we want to sell 100,000 articles a month, totally different problems, but both are a web shop on the front side. And by constraining the problem and the appetite, we are able to shape the solution space. And what we try to do is, then going to the solution space, that's the third part. That's basically the concept. That's the classical concept, so to speak. So you wrote down a problem, an appetite, a solution, and then you can do rabbit holes or no-goes. That's for me like a bonus thing. So if I know in advance, this part of the code or this part of the system, we have to watch out there, then we try to write it down just to think it through. And what I do is I open this website probably, I don't know, every time I write a concept twice a week or something. I copy these 5 points down into an empty Google Doc or whatever, wherever, or Markdown document in my case. And then I just start writing underneath that, bullet points, text, whatever floats up. But this helps me overcome this initial fear of, blank sheet of paper and my brain is wiped out and I don't know. And I personally, we as a company do that at a single place, and because we are very source code driven, we do it at the source code level. So we have a notes or docs ordner in the folder in the project at the top level, and what works for us really well is doing it in a way that we always have a date in there at the beginning, so that you know how recent the thing is, and when it was the last, when the last big revision of a concept is, And then you need to know who the author is, and I mean, we can use Git for that. You can just Git blame it, and then you see exactly who has written what, and that's totally enough. And this is how this is actually from a production setup from us here, from a customer project. And you see lots of different concepts there. And the question is, how long are these concepts? And that depends very much on the target audience. So some concepts are like this on the left side. This is the full concept, 15 lines of code. It's a concept about how we do secrets and security, or how we handle secrets in Ansible, so our recipes, and we just explain our naming convention. Okay, there's a Vault YAML file, and this is how we reference them, and the concept is basically 2 lines. Line 12 and 13. That's it. That is totally enough. On the right side, we have a much, much longer concept, and it's also totally fine. It's also fine if the concepts are incomplete. We don't have to strive for 100%, but they just have to serve the audience. If it's for your own self, I usually do the concept as until I have learned a lot of things about my system and my problem, so I can start solving the problem. So that is the point where I actually start doing that. If it's for another person, or if it's, for instance, for a customer and it will circulate at the customer's company, then it has to be a lot more verbose. My last big concept was like 50 pages of code, 50 pages in PDF printed for everything, just to take a really big customer business decision and technical decision there. So it really depends on the audience. And who uses a ticket system? Yet now comes the unpopular opinion, I hate ticket systems. I totally do. No, I don't hate them, but I hate the way they are used. Because usually people don't use a ticket system to track progress, but they usually use it to track feature wishes, bug fixes, or bug fix wishes, changes on the system. They use it as a communication means between the problem and the solution. And what happens so often is, as a customer, I want a fast website. Solution, make my website fast, 3PT. And it has happened so often to me that we have created a long concept sometime, then somebody has sliced it into tickets. This has taken a few months because people had other things to do. And then we got back, then somebody implemented it, and then we had to review it. And we were like, oh, wait a second, like 1 year ago, we've written this concept, pull out the concept, the code there and the concept there, that's totally different things. And this is imminent because a ticket usually is not as long as a concept. It's always an extract from that. And because what we usually do is we write a concept in our head or wherever, and then we put the things into tickets, but we lose context. And that is a problem. Context is the thing we are looking for because it gives us a mental frame, a mental model to think about a certain problem. So I don't hate tickets at all as a general principle, but I would love to have a ticket saying, link to this concept and please implement these 3 things from that. That is totally cool, you know, because it's one click again to the context and to understand why are we actually solving that, how much are we able to invest or want to invest for that, and how is the full path to the solution. And if I'm not able to draw the path, I won't succeed in reaching the goal. Right. And then there's the last one that's not so controversial, but also really nice, review and discuss. I personally like synchronous code reviews a lot because we have done a lot of asynchronous code reviews in our company first, and it always turned out to be weird because you get this finished, polished pull request, and of course you can say, oh yeah, the spacing is not right or whatever, you know, these things which don't really matter. But if you have a conceptual problem, then you can basically say, well, just scrap it and start from scratch. That is really hard to tell somebody who has spent so much work on it, right? And in turn, when we discuss things, it is a lot easier to figure that out because we can just ask, well, what did you think? So we sit together at the same desk or virtually, and somebody is driving through the code and like explains to me what he's doing, and by doing that, they'll usually have ideas. Like, oh yeah, I should do this differently. Maybe we should do it this way. And I'm usually like, yeah, that sounds good. I have no clue, but and that is enough. That's what we want, right? I mean, the solution is in our heads. We just have to unpeel it, so to speak. We have to peel the orange, or however the image is. I don't know, to get the actual good idea. And also discussing concepts is where I personally learned so much about myself, about a certain problem domain, about the other person I'm discussing with. So that's also what I can really recommend. Right. So to sum it up, we started, how can we actually write unmaintainable code? I hope I left some clues in your heads, and I have told you where you can look up really, really cool more ideas. Emojis, by the way, Unicode and so on. We've unprintable characters and so on. We'll come to that. You can watch that. We've seen what is good code, and we've also seen what is bad code in hindsight. Remember the property mapper. It was good with the goals we created initially, but the goals have changed. And in the end, we went through the different ideas or ways I currently can express about good code. And I would like to invite you to that we start a discussion about that together. And I would like to invite you to really consciously think about these kind of things. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. As this is the last talk of the conference, I have 2 comments to share, basically, and 1 question right now. So first of all, thank you everybody who used the question function of the app to submit praise to the speakers. We do relay that to everyone, so here again, there's praise in here. Great talk. Awesome.
Thank you.
A second one, Mark Henry found some inconsistencies that I think he already created an issue for and will help work on in the future. So thank you very much, Mark Henry. And the question is, are there tools besides Behat you recommend for end-to-end testing?
For end-to-end testing, so Behat is a tool which makes these executable specifications, right, where you write text basically, and then it's a regular expression for every line, and this creates, or this is how the code is run. That's a pretty easy tool actually. And you don't need Behat if you're a very disciplined programmer, because then you can actually also do that with abstractions and code and so on. But I personally, I'm a very lazy programmer. And this means if I have a test case and I want to have a different test case, almost like the first one, I usually copy paste and start modifying because it's a quicker way to the goal. And by doing that, I lose intention because I lose context and lose like the why. I lose the why when creating this test. by using Behead, it forces me to do this, to think about my language and think about what problem am I actually solving. So this is why I personally would recommend it, but it's not about a tool, it's more about the mindset you are in. I think that's the important thing.
All right, Sebastian, thank you very much for your talk. Sebastian does not get a present, he already got one. Right. Please rate the talk. We will figure out who will get the Best Speaker Award in a moment. We are just a little bit behind schedule, that's fine. We will do the conference closing now.
Yes.
So we will need someone to calculate and bring us the result of the Best Speaker Award in a second.
Just wait for it. I guess we should wait for the ratings, I guess. Oh, okay. So then...
Sebastian knows the answer.
Where is he? Oh, there he's coming. And I guess he has the Speaker Award with him. So... It's a very literal Speaker Award.
Awarded to the best speaker, right.
So we have the envelope. I have two
have the
things
clicker
in my hand. That's not working. Do we have a name?
Do we have a name? We do have the information that over 900 votes were cast, so thank you very much for voting the talks. And the average for all
Can you read it?
talks is 4.23 stars. So on average, very good talks. Thank you very much. And congratulations to all the speakers. And the winner is...
Leonhard Vollner.
And his talk,
Leo.
360 FF, an integrated approach to performance. Congratulations. And if you were wondering why Bastian was on stage, because he was the best speaker last conference, so he passed on the beacon, or the speaker in that, in this case. So, congratulations. And I know how much you love to clap, but we will go through the sponsors again because they are the ones who help fund a lot of conferences like this. So please get ready. Big applause for our gold sponsors. Flow Native, Network Team, Punkt.de, and Zeitgeist. Thank you very much. Also a big thank you to our silver sponsors, 1&1, Format D, Internetso, John Uhlmann, Queonext, and Visivik. Thank you. We had 2 great parties already. Thank you for our warm-up event sponsor on Wednesday, Visivik, and to our bronze and party sponsor yesterday, Gesagt Getan. Thank you. The contribution day tomorrow is sponsored by 1&1, and the tech partners for this year's conference were Dudio and Sandstorm. Thank you. And one last bit. If you or your company is not yet a NEOS longtime supporter, please consider supporting the NEOS Foundation, because that provides invaluable support to push the project forward. As you heard, we are working on big projects like NEOS 9 or the rebranding effort, and all the funding we get for that will help us push it forward. So thank you very much to the platinum level longtime supporters of the NEOS Foundation: Visivik, Zeitgeist, 3M5, Queonext, Visol, and Sandstorm. Thank you.
And although the conference is sadly closing today, we still have something up our sleeves. Tomorrow will be the contribution day, and it will be happening above. You know, the studio stage. This is the room where we all come together.
What's actually happening at a contribution day?
Yeah, it's kind of the second contribution day. Last year was an experiment, and I think it went quite well. We came together. The core team didn't come up with their own topics because we are there to help everyone, I don't know, get set up to work on NIOS 9 or help with some problems you have or explain to you how to contribute. It's just, we will see what who is there and which topic we will tackle.
Last year it wasn't only just about coding, but you know, another thing that someone offered to contribute was DKIX in Frankfurt offered a sprint location. So last year we had a sprint in Frankfurt again. So that's also a big way of contributing, offering us a space to meet and have a sprint.
Exactly. And speaking about sprints, from Monday till Wednesday, there's the sprint at .de. We will meet there in their offices. I don't know when we will start, but I think we will communicate this in the Slack channel for them.
There's a Slack channel called Next Sprint.
Yes, obviously. And there's also a Slack channel for the contribution day, which I apparently created some time ago, and nobody but me is in yet. So please join.
Join Anke in the contribution day channel,
and it's called Next Contribution Day, I think. I will add someone, and we can spread the news. Yeah, what's left to say? Yes, I said we are packing up. And we need lots of help because, as I said earlier, this here is a normal, regular conference room, not a stage. Yes, it was, but we have to revert it. So, yeah, I guess we will not make this time we have on the slides. We will have a short break. And
yeah, let's add 15 minutes.
Yes, we add 15 minutes, and let's meet again around 5:30. 5:05.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there anything else to say?
Yeah, of course. At the end of one NIOS conference, there comes the question, when and where will be the next NIOS conference? So the question is, how did you like this NIOS conference? That sounds good?
That sounds good.
That sounds very good.
That sounds very good indeed.
Did you like that everything was in one place? The conference, the talks, the party, eat and drink. Did you like that? Yeah. I liked it too.
Yeah, me too.
I enjoyed it very much. Yeah. People could party until late at night, and you know, I didn't hear anything in my room. Late at night, early in the morning.
And they turned this stage into a dance floor, remember?
I do. It was really cool. So, NIOS Conference 2025 will happen here again. We will come back next year to the Geno Hotel Karlsruhe. It's a great location, very friendly, and they let us do this to their conference room. So we're looking forward to another NIOS conference here in Karlsruhe. So, and
make sure to save the date, because we already have it. Yes, I see phones out. That's cool.
Note the date, and we will enable a wait list to sign up for super early bird tickets soon. So we will send out the information via email, and you have a chance to put yourself on the wait list. So when we do actually start the ticket sale, that you can get a super early bird ticket.
And you can probably already think about sponsoring this event and yes, connect to Sebastian or Jürgen.
Right, if you want to sponsor next year's NIOS conference as well. Great. So, the last thank you, or the last big thank you. A really big thank you goes out to our organizers. Jürgen, Sebastian, please come up on stage. Thank you very much for organizing NIOS Conference 2024. Gerne wieder.
And of course, it's not just us organizing such a conference. We have lots and lots and lots of help. So first, a really big applause to all the hosts. Anke, Maya, Stefan, Tobi, please come up on stage and join us here. Thank you so much. So geil. So großartig. And it's cool that we have such a big stage because there will be lots of people on here now. Thank you to all the speakers. Please join us on stage. Thank you so much for doing so great talks. The conference wouldn't be possible without you. Thank you. Klar.
Marc-Henri.
Danke. Danke. And I would like to, I actually have a small anecdote to tell. So you know that yesterday at like 1:01 in the night, we had to leave the location there. And they were like, we were asking, like, couldn't we actually do some smoke in there? And she was like, sure, why not? Well, the smoke detectors, well, we can just try it out, and if it's going on, we'll just call the fire department, and then they'll cancel it. It was too hot for me then. I said, well, maybe not. But actually, a really big thank you to the awesome Geno Hotel team. It was such a pleasure to be here. So give them a really big applause so that they can actually hear it. And as you've seen this year, we have had a NEOS Conference Orchestra, and the music was composed by Lorenz Ulrich, Jan Kurfürst, and Florian Seidel. Together, so Lorenz. There's Lorenz. So cool. And actually, that's so nice. When we had this crazy idea at the last year's sprint, I hope I can tell this little story. I phoned Lorenz a bit earlier, a bit afterwards, then with this orchestra idea, and like, well, what do you think about music? And he was like, well, I was so inspired last year when I came back home from the conference. I directly had to play on my piano and have some ideas ready. So thank you so much, the three of you. Thank you. And I'd also like to thank all the creative people in the room, all the orchestra people who are still there. So Lars, Robert, Bernhard, Robert, Runa, Timo, and of course the three of you. Please join us on stage if you're still here. I know that some people already had to leave. So thank you so much. It's cool. And the conference wouldn't be possible without a lot of helping hands, people doing registration, people doing camera, people checking out that everything works out. So please, all the helping hands still here, please join us on stage. I know a lot of people already left, a lot of Sandstorm colleagues who've been doing that have already left, but some helping hands still around? And I'd like to say a really big thank you for running the studio stage. Christoph Dehne, Chris, and my father, Dirk Kurfürst, please join us on stage as well. Thank you so much. It was so cool. And now we still have the tech team of the main stage. And actually, I just counted behind the stage a really, really, really big thank you to Kim Gast, who has brought like 3.5 tons of equipment, which you see there, which we have to pack in tonight, from Hamburg. We have been working together for 8 years now. It's been a tremendous pleasure. Actually, when I was able to boot all up tonight, yesterday, drunk, and they let me do that. So thank you so much. Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Leonard Fallner on the video mixer. And thanks, Lars Reicher for the lights. Please join me on stage. And also a really, really big applause to the NEOS Award jury. Is there still anybody of the jury around? But yeah, please join us. Thank you so much. Wow, it's really, really getting crowded here. Yeah, that is so cool to have you here. Have a safe trip home. Have a great evening. If you're still here, we still have some time around to hang out together. Have a safe contribution day if you would like to join tomorrow. Have a safe sprint, a really good one. And yeah, we are looking forward to see you all again next year. Thank you so much, NEOS community. Thank you. Ziemlich geil.
Thank you, photographer.